I declare the Ordinary Council meeting of the 22nd of February 2022 held in Council Chambers at the City of Subiaco open at 5:31 p.m. I welcome councillors, staff, the media and members of the community. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of this area. We recognise their cultural connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco and their continuing contribution to the city. Please note this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will be made available on the City's website following the meeting, but confidential sections of council meetings will not be live streamed. Now, as you can see on the screens, we have some directors and managers participating via Zoom. So please everyone ensure that we're actively using our microphones each time we speak so our Zoom participants can hear the discussion as well as answer potential questions. Okay, attendances, apologies and leave of absence. There will be no apologies tonight, and I understand, Councillor Hammersley, you'll have an application for a leave of absence.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to have leave from Monday the 14th of March to Monday the 3rd of April inclusive.
We'll put that to the vote. Move in a second and then we'll put it to a vote. Councillor Stroud and Councillor Kosovich, I think that was. Councillor Burns and Councillor Hammersley, if you could please vote. Okay, that's been carried. Councillor Hammersley, enjoy your European holiday. Disclosure of interest. I don't have any that have been submitted yet. Did anyone have anything to disclose at this point? Okay, there were no previous public questions taken on notice and no public questions submitted prior to the meeting. So if no one's got any questions, we'll go straight to public statement time, starting with Deanie Campbell of Hensman Road, Subiaco. If you could approach the lectern, please. Okay, we'll move to Petra Flora, also of Heytesbury Road, Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen, and thank you, councillors. I'm Petra and the owner of Unit 1, 112 Hensman Road, and I have lived there for 37 years. I've always paid my rates and obeyed your bylaws, and I've loved being a part of the Subiaco community. The proposed development application in its present form will have a very negative impact on the quality of my life. The three main rooms of my home where I spend nearly all my time are the lounge room, the study and the bedroom. They will all be adversely affected as they are directly opposite the two-storey proposal abutting this very narrow laneway. The sheer bulk of the building will severely impact my current amenity in relation to the sunlight and my only view to the north. Furthermore, as I need to use the lane to get to my letterbox and my bins, the additional traffic generated by the three-car garage frightens me. But I do understand that this is not a town planning consideration. Also, the potential noise and light pollution directly opposite these three aforementioned rooms will severely affect my lifestyle in terms of noise and light pollution. As I said before, I personally feel that more support has been provided to the proponents and their professional consultants than to the existing residents like myself who cannot afford to engage professional consultants and have no other avenue than to come before the council here and to plead our position as I am doing now. This seems to me to be grossly unfair. At no time have the proponents or their consultants attempted to contact me or any of my 7 neighbours, as I am aware, at 112 Hensman Road. Therefore, without any interaction whatsoever, there has been no consideration of a mutually beneficial agreement to ameliorate the effects on our lives. The result is we feel powerless and invisible. This kind of behaviour, I feel, should not be welcomed in our mutually supportive community. I urge you all to do what is the right thing, what I believe is the right thing, and refuse this application, so that the proponents can have the opportunity to rethink the adverse effect they are having on the amenities of their more vulnerable neighbours. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
The next statement's from Nancy Cornish of Hensman Road, Subiaco. Ms. Flory, you're going to read on behalf of her? Okay.
Nancy was unable to attend the meeting, sends her apologies. She's kept it brief and said, I'm the elderly owner of Unit 3, 112 Hensman Road. Believe me when I say elderly, I'm no spring chicken and she's got at least 10 years on me. She has lived here since 1993 and she says that she has known me since then. She goes on to say, I fully endorse her statement and strongly oppose the proposed development at 129 Hainsbury Road, Subiaco. And again, thank you for allowing me to make the statement.
The next statement's from Tim Levy of Hainsbury Road, Subiaco. I might just point out that your statement's quite long, and after 2.5 minutes you'll hear a beep, so that'll just let you know that you've got 30 seconds. So let's just try and keep to that time frame, please.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm the proprietor of 129 Hainsbury Road. I've been a long-time resident in Subiaco for some 14 years, including living in Gloucester Street and 175 Hainsbury Road. The design approach for the renovation and additions at the subject site follow a sound approach to respecting heritage and enhancing the street presence of the existing local heritage item. A meeting with the Heritage Advisor in February 21 helped inform the proposal, which is significantly set back behind the existing villa, reinforcing the notion of a villa in garden. The restoration of the existing villa is consistent with application of Borough Charter principles. The proposed addition seeks to be complementary in massing a single-storey presentation to Hainsbury Road. The contemporary addition sits comfortably alongside the heritage villa, with a proposed parapet height aligning to the existing guttering height of the heritage villa. The proposed addition is contemporary but sophisticated and responds to scale rather than mimicking forms and details. After discussions with Council Administration in the wake of the public notification, revised plans were submitted to further reduce bulk and scale specifically to the footprint of the rear of the property. The site falls away to the south, allowing access of the rear lane to the full lower level of the existing floor-level heritage house. The fall of the land is utilised to allow rear access car parking from the lane in accordance with the desired outcomes of Council. Removing the current car park on Hainsbury Road, this allows accommodation over the garage. We acknowledge queries regarding overshadowing of the residential flat building to the rear of the site, Hensman Road, and concerns effective amenity. We note and concur, however, with the administration's assessment that a deemed to comply with development would overshadow the adjacent flats in the Wilson Solstice in any case. The proposal with the revised setbacks will not adversely affect the amenity any further than a deemed to comply single-storey development. The proposed addition are composed and deferential response to the nature of the existing dwelling, setback to provide a generous setting for the heritage property and retain idea of spacious gardens as viewed from Hapesbury Road. Whilst the property is currently in 2 titles, we'll be seeking to amend this title to bring them together in accordance with Council's recommendations. And we believe this proposal will be respectful and an excellent contemporary addition to Subiaco and sit comfortably alongside the companion heritage residents. Thank you.
Next statement's from Murray Castleton, who's making a statement on behalf of Roger Fletcher of Hapesbury Road, Subiaco. Okay. Looks like he's not in attendance, so we'll move on to Helen Reid from Hapesbury Road, Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen and councillors, for the opportunity to make this statement. In 2002, Roger Fletcher and I chose to make Subiaco, and in particular 123 Hapesbury Road, our home. We did so because of the lifestyle it offered our family, a lifestyle which uniquely combined community, heritage and gardens. In the 20 years and 2 children since, we've embraced our community. We've acted to honour and preserve that heritage, and we've worked hard to turn our backyard into a personal sanctuary. And what a sanctuary it's been. Whether it's enjoying barbecue with friends, watching our kids in the pool, planting tomatoes, picking the plums and figs, or just hanging in the hammock, our backyard has been the centre of our family life. As keen gardeners on our not-so-large Subi block, it has meant using every bit of the land thoughtfully, carefully and with a keen eye to both summer and winter sunlight. And given our location in this unique Queen Elizabethan era precinct, it has also meant preserving the streetscape when we undertook our own significant renovation in 2015. Indeed, the Council's fantastic heritage grants are partly to thank for our beautifully restored and tuck-pointed chimneys. So those streetscape considerations are even more important in a wider block such as 129 Hapesbury Road next to us, where extensions are likely to be more visible from the street. In my view, the design of the proposed extension at 129 Hapesbury Road fails to meet the challenge of fitting into the existing streetscape. However, that's perhaps not surprising given the architect is based over east. What is surprising is the impact the design is going to have on my family and our lives, and particularly at the rear. Better words to describe that impact are actually completely shattering. No longer will my teenage daughters and their friends be able to hang out in a sunlit backyard. No longer will we be able to appreciate the skies to the west as we wind down from work at the end of the day. And no longer will we be able to enjoy the sense of openness that our backyard currently offers. What we will have instead is a massive wall just off our boundary, towering over our modest but very loved backyard. The 2-storey development will be visible and dominant when we're sprawled on our sofa. It will be visible and dominant when we're seated at the dining table. It will be visible and dominant when we're working at the kitchen bench. If Council chooses to approve the proposal, the massive wall will become the permanent, predominant feature in our lives.
Hang on, I'll just, if you just press the microphone button again, you can read out that last paragraph.
Do not have an unfettered right to build it. I implore you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Okay, you may as well stay up there, Ms. Reid, because the next statement is going to be made on behalf of Roger Fletcher of Hapesbury Road, and I understand you're going to read on his behalf.
Thank you for the opportunity. So Helen Reid, that's me, and I purchased 123 Hapesbury Road immediately to the east of the proposed development in 2002, and in the 20 years since we have made it a family home for ourselves and our 2 daughters. After saving for more than 10 years, we renovated this home in 2015 so we could stay in it and in the Subiaco community until as late as possible in old age. Approval for our development was obtained at a time when the middle third statutory requirements were in place. While we weren't happy with the requirement at the time, we had no choice but to comply. That meant incurring considerable expense to ensure we didn't affect the amenity of neighbours, the streetscape or heritage of the precinct, whilst maintaining those things that are important to our family. That's outdoor living, sunlit backyard, garden for produce and a small pool. In 2015, we were held to the rules of the day, namely compliance with the middle third rule. Therefore, in 2022, the new owners of 129 Heytesbury Road should be held to the rules of today. In plain language, those rules, the R codes, state that 2 stories in an R40 location is not a right. It's only possible where 2 stories have no effect on the amenity of the neighbours. So what is the impact on our family's amenity from the proposed development? On that, there should be no debate. The impact is devastating and irreversible. A massive double-storey edifice with a huge impact, creating a detrimental loss to our amenity permanently. A development which, despite the very large size of the block, is placed as close as permitted to our boundary fence and rear backyard and lane, requiring significant infill to raise the block height well above its existing level, boxing us and our neighbours in. And what is the result if you were to acquiesce to the planning staff's recommendation? Well, forever, and with no recourse to appeal, we will be looking at a solid, large wall towering over the entire rear third of our home and property, 6 metres above the existing natural ground level. A huge, featureless barrier wall dominating the skyline to the west of our outdoor living areas and our rear garden, yard and pool. Even when viewed from our south-facing indoor living areas, it will have a looming and unavoidable dominating presence. For our neighbours on the southern side, you've heard from this evening, the effects on their amenity are equally devastating, in fact, probably worse. All that is left for me to do is to consider the effect and impact of this proposal upon my family and upon others. Thank you.
Okay, we've got one more public statement, and that is from Barbara Milletch of Heytesbury Road, Subiaco.
Thank you. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak with the council tonight. I'll try to be brief, and I'll anchor my remarks in 2 principles which have been in the past and I hope will be today vital to the council. I speak as a 35-year-old resident and homeowner in Subiaco, the last 30 years at 122 Heytesbury. My property lies directly across the street. Just a second, my eyes are not good. Directly across the street from the proposed development at 129, and is also a double block. It is classified by both state, I think national, and certainly Subiaco heritage rosters. Partly because of its architectural value, and partly because of its historical value, having once been the residence of Henry Daglish. I say this by way of introduction in order to say 2 things which I do hope are important to the decisions of the council. And those are the 2 principles of heritage and neighborhood. Heritage should not be, must not be, just a planner's or a realtor's buzzword, nor a council shibboleth. It means that which is one is lucky enough to inherit or to purchase or to have by happenstance. With such luck comes a responsibility to, in a conscionable manner, preserve that heritage for future generations. I'm going to skip a little bit here. My property at 122 Heytesbury was renovated in 1985, a renovation that not only made it fit for contemporary living then and now, but at the same time preserved the building's heritage and streetscape. That renovation, like that proposed at 129, was also a partial two-story build, but did not ruin the privacy of neighbors. That renovation, like that proposed at 129, also provided for more than one parking space, but did not impinge deleteriously on neighbors. That renovation, unlike the property at 129, included the installation of a swimming pool, but was not so arrogant as to locate that pool in the front yard, with all the consequent woeful results of noise for proximate neighbors, and a fence which couldn't be in keeping with the neighborhood. And so now to my other principle, it's imbricated with heritage, and that's the principle of neighborhood. I'll skip over my homilies, and I'll just remark that thank you, I'll do this. Across the last 30 years, I've been blessed by neighbors to the north, south, east, and west, and I don't exaggerate, who, when they made their own developments of their own properties, took me into their homes, reassured me that what they were doing wasn't going to impinge on the amenities of my living in my house, and in one case significantly altered their plans. I would hope, I realize I've gone over time, I would hope that those same considerations of heritage and neighborliness will be supported by the council tonight. Thank you.
Okay, moving through the agenda, there's no petitions or approved deputations, so that brings us to the confirmation of minutes of previous meetings, beginning with the ordinary council meeting of the 14th of December 2021. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Burns and Councillor White. I'll put that to the vote. That's carried unanimously. Next, we have the minutes of the special council meeting of 1 February 2022. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Burns, Councillor White. We'll put that to the vote. That's also carried unanimously. Okay, that brings us to announcements by the presiding member, and councillors, I'd just suggest you take a look around, because this might be the last time we're having an in-person meeting with all 9 of us present. As you know, no one's resigning or anything. I'm talking about Zoom. You'll note that there's staff attending electronically, and I think we're calling them hybrid meetings. And I think by next month's ordinary council meeting, we're probably going to be at a point where it's appropriate to, for councillors to attend electronically if you wish. So just let me know if that's how you want to attend, and we'll make it happen. And for the time being, we'll keep doing hybrid meetings until the risk justifies going fully electronic, but it's hybrid for now. And as some keen council observers may have noticed, tonight's amendments and alternatives are up on the website, which will help people follow along at home and also in the gallery when we get to amendments and alternatives. I think what we'll see is that we'll be able to put up wording, and we'll have to remove the Zoom screen, or we can put up the Zoom screen and not have wording, but we can't have both. So it's just going to help with the hybrid meetings and the electronic meetings going forward. Okay, now we can move on to some of the substantive items for tonight, and we'll begin with a possible en bloc motion. For the information of the public gallery and those watching at home, that means it's intended that a number of recommendations presented by staff to this meeting are going to be grouped together and passed en bloc, as no amendments or alternatives have been submitted by councillors. anything included in the en bloc motion will be considered and voted on without debate. So at present, I've got a possible en bloc motion consisting of items C2, C3, C7, C9, C11 and C12 from the agenda. Are there any items which councillors wish to remove from the possible en bloc motion? Councillor White?
I'd like a discussion of C9.
Councillor Burns, did you want to pull anything, or will we leave the en bloc? Okay, so just to confirm, the en bloc motion will be, as previously stated, with the exclusion of C9 at Councillor White's request. So I'd like a mover and a seconder, please, for the en bloc motion. Councillor Kosovic and Councillor Stroud. I'll put that to the vote, please. That's carried unanimously. All right, that brings us to item C1, 129 Heytesbury Road, Subiaco, additions and alterations to an existing single house. Do I have it? Oh, there's an alternative submitted by Councillor Burns and a further alternative submitted by Councillor Stroud, but do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation? Councillor Stroud and Councillor De Vries. Okay, I did mention by email today that we'd try something a little bit different, and I think now's our chance. Having identified a mover and a seconder, I'll invite any councillors who want to ask questions that may not have been answered at last week's agenda briefing or by email in the course of the last week to take the opportunity to put those questions to staff now. And Councillor Kosovic, it looks like you've got something you'd like to ask. There'll be plenty of time for that, but let's deal with any questions first. Does anyone have questions, or should we just get into the debate? Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, I just have one question about the attachment 5, which is the diagram that has been prepared to illustrate the overshadowing. I just wanted to check that I'm reading the notes correctly. So I'm talking about the second diagram, the one lower on the page, which I believe is explained in part by the box, the second box, which is the bottom one. And just, it says shadow in yellow, compliant 4 metre wall height at right-of-way boundary. So the yellow shows actually from the edge of the proposed building, but am I right in understanding that what is illustrated here is that if there was a 4 metre wall on the boundary, that the shadow, I think it's at the solstice or whatever, will fall as far as the edge of the grey. Is that correct? So it's being measured from the right-of-way boundary.
Thanks.
You're going to answer this one in person, are you? Okay, Mr. Denham.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. That's correct. So the diagram at the bottom basically shows the shadow cast. The yellow would be effectively what the shadow is, and then you can kind of see the impact of the proposed shadow on the major openings of the two units to the south. So the 3 circles in green are windows that are not affected by the proposed shadow, and there's 2 windows that are partially affected that are marked in red.
Okay, so one more question. So in terms of the shadow cast by a 4 metre high building set in by, I think it's the 2.4 metre setback where the present building is, we don't have a shadow diagram showing where that shadow would end on here. So is that correct?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, so the 4 metre reference on the, I guess, the top of the diagram, that is a compliant wall height under the scheme and at a nil setback, which is permitted under the scheme. We haven't done a diagram for, I guess, a 4 metre wall set anywhere else on the property and showing that impact. The reference of the 4 metre is showing what could be done under the scheme in terms of it being permitted. And the proposed shadow impact is, I guess, transposed on top of that, so you can see the impact, the additional impact that that would have.
Okay, good. At least I did understand what's here. My next question then is, am I right, because I've been through the R codes pretty carefully, and am I right then that the setback requirement for a 4 metre wall of 11 stories, 11 metres, 4 metres, so an 11 metre long wall with a 4 metre height. If there are no major openings, there's a setback requirement of 1.5 metres. However, because there's a laneway, you can have half the laneway up to 2 metres, i.e. in this case 1.5 metres because it's 3. So you could build somewhere on that boundary a wall that's 4 metres high that is on the boundary. That's correct?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, but if it's a wall with a major opening, we're in table 2B and we're not talking about a 1.5 metre setback anymore. We're talking about, well, I'm not sure if it's 2.2 or 2.4 because let's assume the build was the same as this build, which is 11.2 metres, somewhere between 11 and 12. So you get the credit of 1.5 metres because of the laneway. So there is a small setback requirement if you have a major opening in that wall. Is that correct?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, so obviously the setback requirements for walls with major openings is typically greater than what it is if it's a wall with no major openings. Yeah, so I guess the example that's been provided in the diagram is what a wall that could be built with no major openings would be for context.
Next question. So, now a building, a development like this in a heritage area, there is a requirement that they provide some parking on their premises, is that correct? And if so, is it also correct that given our streetscape policies and other parking policies, it would need to be off the right-of-way?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yeah, so depending on the location of properties, it can normally require 1 or 2 bays, and to go to they're proposing 3 bays, so it meets the requirement in terms of the number of bays on site. In terms of your second question, yes, so the city has a number of policies to I guess, if there's access from a right-of-way, that I guess those parking areas are rationalised to provide rear access off those right-of-ways. And in this instance, they have currently got vehicle access off Hapesbury Road. That's being removed and rationalised for vehicle access to be provided off the rear right-of-way.
So, I think the thrust of my question was that you couldn't have no parking, and I think you said 1 or more, so you can't have no parking, is that correct?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. If this proposal proposed no parking, they would probably be seeking a variation, but because they're not doing that, we haven't assessed it as such, and they meet the minimum requirements. But they could apply. They could have applied for no parking, and we would have considered it on its merits.
All right, I think this is my last question then. Okay, assuming that they either have to or want to have some parking, you have to have a setback, because under the rules you have to have a 6 metre allowance for turning. There seems to be a small concession provided here to allow 3 metres plus 2.4, so just shy of the 6 metres. But from my experience, is it correct to say that you're not going to get less than that? So you're going to have a building setback if you're going to have parking.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So typically, so 6 metres is typically the requirement. Obviously, like with any application that proposes, new parking bays, we'd refer it internally to our traffic engineers to review, and they reviewed that, this proposal, and it provides, manoeuvring space to the Australian standards. But
Any other questions on the item? Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. Look, I understood at the agenda briefing that there was potential for a meeting to take place between the proponent and some of these neighbours. Do we know whether that's occurred, or if not, why not?
Mr. Denham.
Thank you, and through you, I'm not sure. I must have missed that last week. I'm not sure if that has occurred, but there's nothing that's stopping them from having done it.
Does anyone else have any questions? Councillor Burns. Sorry, Councillor Burns, I've just been told that your microphone's not on.
There we go. Okay, I got a lot of stuff on my desk. Going to the attachments and the plans, and it's missing a page number, but page 9, you need to look to page 8, but it indicates the elevations, and I'm referring to the secondary, what they refer to, the lower one above those series of circles showing treatments of brickwork, floorings, etc. So it's a northern elevation, and if, albeit small, but I would hope that most of us notice that from the ground level at the rear of the property, that we have 6.15 metres of height to the top of the flat roof, of which some, and I'm presuming this is the fence line, and the fence line seems to be up. It's a little hard to gauge, but it's a little over 2. So above the fence line, we've got, I'm going to presume, 4 metres of. It's probably not it's. I'm just going to say blank wall. It's not a parapet wall because it doesn't attach. But for all intents and purposes, besides the fact some parts treated in timber and other parts are, I'm just going to presume in concrete or brickwork or whatever else. But in essence, we've got a 6.1 metre wall, of which some 4 metres protrudes above the fence line. Would you confirm that as what through you, sorry, Member Mullen, that you confirm that this is what the staff are happy to support as appropriate against you're coming up as close as it can to the boundary?
If you could just turn your microphone. Oh, well, I've done it for you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Obviously, the city's provided its reasons why we are supportive of the proposed height variation. I would just add, just in addition to that, this wall has a number of different elements and different setbacks. So it's effectively got 3 sections that are part of the new addition. All have varying setbacks greater than what is actually required by the deemed to comply. In certain sections of the wall, it's greater than 1 metre in excess of what is actually required under the R codes for walls of that length and that height and that type. It's also broken up by, the stairwell, which is a more permeable material, which does, in breaking up building bulk, if that's what you were alluding to, Councillor Burns, there's a number of ways you can do it. It's staggering setbacks, different finishing materials, and the city's comfortable with the proposed height in terms of building bulk, in terms of its impact on that particular property.
Councillor Burns, just press the microphone button, please.
Perhaps if you did it for me, it might be easier. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, just something I picked up on then, which was not my presumption, but you've just referred to the stairwell, and that'd be the stairs coming out of what would be the dining room on the 2nd level, and you said the word permeable. Okay, are you actually stating that what shadowed area to the north of the most rear section at 6.1 metres plus above ground level is actually visually permeable from the dining room into the rear of the adjoining property? You said permeable.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. What I said is it's more permeable than a solid wall. So it is for visual privacy. Obviously, that's what the screen is notated for on the stairwell, is to provide that privacy to the eastern adjoining property. But I guess with screening, typically it is less bulkier than a solid, say, concrete or brick wall.
Mayor McMullen, I apologise for harbouring on this, but I'm having trouble with that answer. Something is either permeable, you can see through it, or it's not permeable and you can't see through it. I'm having trouble understanding that it's somewhat permeable. I took it, it reads above, it says black steel arbour. Okay, so, well, hang on, that's pointing downwards. So somebody needs to explain to me, because it's not identified, what exactly this striped, dark, shadowed area to the north of, if you were looking from the adjoining property, you'd be seeing at the rear a blank wall, and then you see this further section that covers the stairs. You either can, it's black, I'm sorry, but to me it's black or white. It's permeable or it's not permeable. There's nothing in between. You either can see through it or you can't see through it. I don't seem to be getting, and I'm not trying to labour on this, but it's yes or no. So how about I just ask this question? Can you see, can you see through it, or is it solid? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So there's a condition of approval that's recommended that that particular screen complies with the visual privacy requirements of the R codes, so you can't see through it. The point I was making is that it's less bulkier and has less impact than what a solid wall would have.
All right, well, in that case, okay, I'm going to accept, and I'm sorry for the confusion, and perhaps you just misspoke, but you did say it was permeable. So it's not permeable, it's solid. So it takes me back to my point that we are dealing at the rear section, and I note the speaker, I don't remember her last name, I apologise, but spoke on behalf of her partner, Roger, and herself, that their back, you know, I mean, this is directly, and you can see from the from plans that this section looks upon their small back garden and rear of the house. That, you know, I mean, so the view and the amenity from the backyard, okay, of the adjoining property, which I gather is probably, if it's a double block, it's probably 123 or a number like that. Actually, well, anyway, it's in here. Somebody can tell me. But anyway, the adjoining property backyard that was spoken to at length looks. I mean, what I'm seeing here is the predominant feature, and I'm looking for now. I'm not speaking to it. I'm asking a question before you jump on me, Mayor McMullen. Right? Is will staff accept my interpretation, or tell me I'm incorrect, that when you're in the backyard of the adjoining property, right, that what you're going to be absolutely dominated by is a 6.1 metre above ground level, above their ground level, you know what I mean, solid structure, both solid in its most southern aspect, and then slightly broken up with this greyish, whatever it's going to be, shaded area that then hides the stairwell behind it to what is, I believe, the dining room. So again, so the question in brief is, would you accept that what becomes the predominant, and I mean, and by my measurements, you mean the wall itself is arguably bigger than the backyard of the adjoining property. So would you note any nature that this is you know, I mean, is excessive when you compare where you compare the wall to the size of the backyard, or would you say that it's just not relevant? Thank you.
So there's a few questions in there. I think it began as a question as to whether the officers would consider the development to be dominating as against the next door property or not, but I think the question changed a bit towards the end. So if you're happy just for the final question that you put to be answered, I'll hand that over to Mr. Denham.
Okay. On behalf of on behalf of the staff, and I gather that's who you're speaking on behalf of the officers, right? Would you consider, personally, personally, or on behalf of your collective, that, right? That this is, ends up, if we approve this, right, the absolute, while being in that backyard, the absolute dominant feature. It's not going to be the trees or the little pool or anything else. It's going to be this massive wall, right, sitting right on top of this backyard. So just you either accept it, that it is of such size that it is dominating, or you say, well, it's not, okay, and, it's okay.
Look, I'm happy to take the question, and if you could answer it, Mr. Denham, as to whether you consider the development would be dominating or not, I think we can take the rest of your professional judgment to be as per the officer report.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. As outlined in the officer's report, the city officers are satisfied, I guess, with the building height and the setbacks to this particular site. As also outlined in the report, the proposal has changed from when it was originally submitted. It was originally submitted at the same height. The height hasn't changed, but the setbacks have changed markedly, and that is a big improvement over what was, I guess, originally proposed, and we were not supportive of that initially, and we advised the applicant of that. That resulted in amended plans being submitted. I guess the combination of the varying setbacks, the finishing material, that the impact is acceptable on that particular property.
Okay, look, I think the answer to the question, Councillor Burns, was that in the staff view it's not dominating, so I think it falls on us as councillors now to extract a council view on what we consider is appropriate. So if there's no other questions, Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Taylor. This is just a question about the number of community concerns that were raised in the in attachment 2. We see that attachment 2, that in response to quite a number of those, and I didn't put a figure to it, there has been a response. Can I just have a bit of a summary of those, including the setbacks? Because some of it just says the proposal has been amended and with visual privacy provisions of the R codes, but I'm not entirely sure that we know the number of those changes. That's one question. And the other one relates to, given that there was quite a high degree of responsiveness to concerns that were raised by the community and put in this proposal, objections that were raised and responded to, is it now compliant, whereas previous to that perhaps it wasn't compliant, so in its first incarnation, and now with those changes it's become, in your opinion, I mean, I'm not asking you to enter the debate, but obviously the question really relates to, was it not at all compliant before? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. It might be easier to explain, as I mentioned in my response to the previous question. So the height hasn't changed on the proposed development from the original proposal to what it is now before you. The big change has been to do with the lot boundary setbacks. So in terms of the east lot boundary setbacks, the original proposal was set back 1 metre for the garage. It's now set back at 3 metres. Also on the ground, bedroom 3, it was at 1 metre, now it's at 3, another big increase. The stairway is at 1.2 now. It was at 1.1 before. And the ground living was previously 1.3 and now it's at 2.55. All of those meet or exceed the deemed to comply requirements. And also there's obviously been some changes to the southern boundary as well. So that was initially set back at 1 metre, now it's set back at 2.3. So whilst the height hasn't necessarily changed, the building has effectively shrunk with an emphasis on the east and the southern boundaries. In response to your second question, and as I outlined in my previous answer, the city wasn't happy with the plans as they originally proposed. I think we got 46 submissions during the first round of advertising. They raised very valid planning concerns, and thanks to the submitters that made those submissions and those that spoke tonight. The city is now comfortable with the changes that are made. Whilst discretion is being sought, we're comfortable that the impact is acceptable on planning grounds.
Councillor Jennings, I saw your hand up earlier.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just quickly. The requirements of the R codes design principles 5.16 in regards to building height. It's talking about building height that creates no adverse impact. So it's none. It's not about lessening the impact or only having a small impact or a moderate impact or a moderately severe impact. It's saying no adverse impact. And when you've been answering the questions, there's been a different way of expressing things, that the impact is acceptable to there is no impact. So I would like clarification. Is there an impact on the adjoining properties affected? That is the 112 property and 135, or is there not an impact? And the second part of the question is, amenity has been discussed in the report in terms of a limited number of factors, and it doesn't, it's talking about sunlight, but it doesn't talk about the effect of the large wall and its looming nature, particularly on number 135. And I guess for the number 112 as well. cutting off views to the sky and just general outlook. And I appreciate the issue about views of significance, but that's a slightly different thing to no adverse impact on the amenity of the adjoining properties. So could you just clarify, if you've understood the questions, clarify that, please? Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I guess in relation to whether there's impact or not, any development has an impact of sorts. So I guess the assessment that the city officers have undertaken is, yes, we acknowledge there'll be an impact on regardless, because there's a development occurring or being proposed to occur. And with the amenity considerations and the impact, we're happy in terms of, typically look at building bulk, overshadowing, visual privacy as the kind of key amenity considerations when considering, I guess, building height variations. And we're comfortable that the changes that have been made, that we can support, I guess, the variation as it is sought currently. In relation to, I guess, the views of the sky, typically that's not necessarily, I guess, an amenity consideration. I think that was touched on as well by a SAT case that I think goes to views of significance, and views of the sky is typically not something that is captured through that.
Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. Yeah, just to carry on from that, I just want to make sure that I'm 100% on the right page before we get into the debate. So the word amenity has a particular legal meaning. Am I right in understanding that when we're talking about amenity in this decision, it's effectively the same as what's set out in clause 37 of our local planning scheme number 5, which says amenity, the livability, and that's in a little quotes. I don't know why there's little quotes there, but it is. The livability, comfort or quality of a place which makes it pleasant and agreeable to be in for individuals and the community. Amenity is important in the public, communal and private domains and includes, so this is inclusive, the enjoyment of sunlight, views, privacy and quiet. So while those things are factors that are looked at, they're inclusive, they're not exclusive. And so to the point, I think, of Councillor Burns and Councillor Jennings, is it not the case that livability, comfort or quality of a place is something that we must turn our minds to? And if so, is that not, in essence, a subjective assessment?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Yes, so the scheme does have a definition for amenity. What the assessment of the R codes and the design principle, that doesn't define the term amenity. So that's more of a broader consideration. If it was a height assessment directly under the scheme and I guess the discretionary criteria in the scheme referenced amenity, then yes, I think that would be appropriate to use that and have those additional considerations. But because it's driven from the design principles and the R codes, I wouldn't say that's necessarily linked.
Okay, if there are other questions, Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen, and
Okay, sorry to cut you off. It looks like the Acting Director, Community and Development has something to add to that last answer. Councillor Burns, if you've heard something you don't agree with, there will be plenty of time to advance a different position. But was there a question in light of what Mr. Petrosky said?
That's good. Yes, there were, well, actually it was Mr. Denham. Mr. Through you, Mayor McMullen, I'd like, and seeing the acting director has entered into this, so perhaps he, you can choose who answers. But Mr. Denham said, we're comfortable. Okay, and if we look to 516 of the R codes, which talks about no effect, all right, to get 2 stories, there's got to be, the word's no, not a little, not a bit, but anyway, getting back to my question, we're comfortable. Would Mr. Denham recognise, or would the director recognise, that they may be comfortable, okay, but the effect of amenity is by the people that actually live there, okay, who have spoken this evening, right, about the effect on them, right, and the question, and just a follow-up question, by the way, just something you can answer yourself, because otherwise I'm going to have more questions. If we go past this, whether it's approved or not approved, if we go on to Councillor Stroud or myself, are there another series of questions, or are all the questions now for any, if this was not to get up, do we do questions again, or are all questions to be asked now before we'd move to things that I don't think that was written into your sort of suggestions on, and I didn't read it anyway, perhaps. Could you answer that first?
Happy to. Look, I'd suggest that if people have questions that have still been left unanswered as a result of the briefing and tonight's questions and the past week, then ask them now and don't sit on them. But otherwise, I'm not going to be dogmatic about it later on if there's things arising from the debate or the staff comments that lead to further questions.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. But I would say this: look, I don't. If it's the council's position to approve this, then the questions fall away. However, but to go through presumptive questions on the, you mean that we move to my alternative or Deputy Mayor Stroud. So I think it's a little difficult to start posing questions. So I am going to hold them back if you can bear with that. But so I'll go back to, so I'm just noting that. I'll go back to my question. Okay, and this should be the end of it. Again, to Mr. Denham or to the acting director, it was stated, we're comfortable. Well, what I'd like to know is, in the R codes, who are we talking about being comfortable? Because I'd suggest, to my understanding of reading the R codes and section, especially 156, and the use of the word no, okay, effect, right, that the decision of being comfortable, right, doesn't, in this particular, thing, because we're not, we're talking about a lifestyle of livability, right, which is a great word. Thank you, Councillor Hammersley, right, but we're comfortable, as in the staff are, right, but I'd suggest, or at least acknowledge, you may be comfortable, but will you accept that the people living, the neighbours, which the R codes refer to as the people that are affected, that need to have no effect, are certainly not comfortable, because they've all spoken to it. The people directly next door, the directly behind, right, seem all but comfortable about this matter. So will you at least take that on board? You may be comfortable, but you'll recognise the people that we represent, okay, and we also represent the owner of the property, right, but will you take it on board that they're certainly not comfortable? Thank you. Or to the director.
Acting Director, Community and Development. Okay, I think we might get on to the... Gosh, it better be a good one, Councillor Powell. Look, we'll do one more question, then we'll let Councillor Stroud speak to the item, and we'll see what's left by way of lingering questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I have only asked one question, so this is my second one up. And look, it goes to what Councillor Hammersley was discussing before. If my question is, if the garage has got to be set back a minimum of 2.3 metres, so to allow a turning circle for the vehicles, if it was a single-storey garage set back 2.3 metres, what effect would that have on the overshadowing of Unit 1 at 112 and the openings? Would they still be overshadowed if it was set back 2.3 metres and was only 4 metres high?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I haven't got that information in front of me now, but if it was a single-storey car park, I assume you're saying it's a single-storey development overall, is that?
Yeah, yes, that's essentially if it is a single-storey and, you know, sort of, and they've got to meet those setbacks. So what effect would that have on 112?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I don't have my assessment tools in front of me at the moment, but if that 4 metre high wall was not did not have a nil setback to the right of way and it was set back 2.3, I'd suspect that it wouldn't overshadow any of the major openings on that southern adjoining property.
So that's the point I'm trying to get to. Unless they don't want any openings, you know, and they could go to the boundary, they've got to go back. If they want to park cars, they've got to go back 2.3. And if they did go back 2.3 and it was single storey, the effect on the amenity of number 112, the loss of solar, would not be there. That's what I'm trying to establish.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I guess there's a lot of, I guess it's a hypothetical situation that probably doesn't exist. The point of the overshadowing diagram that's been presented is to demonstrate what basically could be done and what is permitted by the planning framework in terms of overshadowing impact on that southern adjoining property, and then I guess the relative additional impact by the proposed building height. It's difficult to comment on, I guess, a design I don't have in front of me.
Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak to the item?
I think I still do. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I believed it was very important that this staff recommendation was moved and that it was brought to the table, and it's already prompted quite an interesting number of questions. So what we have in front of us is 2 lots. A proposed demolition of the rear of the building, some internal walls, and demolition of the 2 historic outhouses. The proposal is a flat roofed addition with a basement level behind and to the side of the original dwelling, the height of which is lower than the original dwelling. I've read all the material and the submissions. I have not spoken personally with the applicant or any of the neighbours, but I have walked the area. The DA was advertised in accordance with the regulations and Local Planning Policy 7.3. It's always a disappointment in terms of building a community when an applicant does not meet the neighbours and present their plans, but it is not a DA requirement. Now, what subsequently followed was 46 submissions, the concerns of which have been summarised in attachment 2. 42 of the submissions, plus the input by the Transport and Infrastructure Development Services, resulted in a considerable number of amendments submitted on the 4th and the 12th of January. And these included removal of the freestanding wall, retention of the original steps, retention of the front masonry fence with consideration to a new type of infill, modification of the wall to the glazing to achieve a more complementary design outcome to the heritage area, removal of the crossovers, reduction of car bays from 4 to 3. The third car space is now also contained within the garage structure, and an overall compliance with the R codes, with exception to the lot boundary setbacks to the west and to the building height. What was not relevant for consideration was planning to a middle third, retention of any vegetation on private land, and retaining the outhouses. Perhaps still contentious is the materiality of the rear extensions. What is important is the retention of the 1915 dwelling. It's not compulsory, it's not a heritage listed home. It is a very old home in a heritage area. It could be demolished with an approved plan. Its retention, together with the sympathetic improvements, is important to the character of the streetscape in a precinct well known as the Golden Triangle. So the non-compliance of this DA, and hence the discretionary issues, rests with the lot boundary setbacks and the building height. And hence that draws attention to the overshadowing and to this diagram in attachment 5, where we've already had some very interesting questions on it, and it may well be where this whole debate and future decision rests on the impact of the amenity from this overshadowing. But back to the streetscape, the heritage streetscape consideration, you may recall at the briefing forum, we had a number of questions on this, and this was followed by a report from Griffith Architects, and which came into us on the 18th of February, and briefly their report said that the existing house is very important to the heritage of Subiaco and integral to the streetscape, that it follows accepted conservation principles, and that the differentiation between the existing heritage place and the new works is important, providing the design is compatible, and this proposal meets the visual compatibility measure. I'm not too sure what that means. If I can have a little bit of more time, thank you, Mayor. I promise my closing after the debate will be short.
Yeah, that was the 30-second warning, so just press the button again and try to wrap up.
The changes will be noticeable but not prominent. The general approach is to be commended. And so in conclusion, the Griffith report recommends the development. The conditions and advice notes, the two conditions include an archival record and a screening of the deck. In the advice notes, we know advice notes aren't compulsory. I would like to see an improvement if this recommendation is successful. And that is the advice note that the applicant is encouraged to consider reusing materials from the outhouse in various elements of the new addition. You would have seen an email go out around that today. So summing up, really my intention was to present this, to put this DA, to put it on the table. We have before us 3 options: to approve, to refuse, or to defer. And as you well know, I have also put in an alternative to defer. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor De Vries, you don't wish to speak? Do you have a speaker against before we hear Councillor Kosovic's amendment? A speaker against? Any other volunteers to speak against? Okay, why don't you tell us what the amendment is, Councillor Kosovic?
Thank you, Mayor. It's to include the advice note 8 which reads as follows: the applicant is encouraged to consider reusing materials from the outhouse in various elements of the new addition.
Unless the mover and the seconder are confident to accept that as is, you can if you like. Okay, we'll just take that as included in the substantive motion. Okay, we're not going to display it on screen, but just to confirm, Councillor Kosovich has proposed the addition of a new advice note 8, and the mover and the seconder have accepted that amendment. So that is now the item we're going to be debating, and I'll call for a speaker against before I call for another speaker for. Okay, no one. Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. Yes, I found this incredibly difficult because there are so many aspects of the proposal that are really good. But after hours and hours of work and drilling into the questions, particularly about the overshadowing, I think I found myself at a position where I couldn't tonight vote for an approval. I'm very interested to hear both Councillor Burns and Councillor Stroud's proposals. I know we're often encouraged not to defer decisions, particularly in planning matters. However, I notice the same criticism that's levelled at this council about taking that step is not levelled at development assessment panels, who quite regularly give applicants a chance to keep talking with the decision maker. So I'm not feeling ready to approve this for 3 key reasons. First and most importantly, I don't have adequate information about overshadowing. I don't buy the argument that this doesn't make any difference, because I think there's a comparison of an apple and an orange. A 4 metre wall on that boundary is completely speculative. What is not speculative is if you're going to get any parking on this thing and you want to have windows in your bedrooms, you're going to have to set back. So, I regret that I didn't click as to the technical issues here earlier. I worked on this from very early this morning, and that's when it all came together in my head, that there is perhaps a sleight of hand here with respect to the overshadowing that I really want to be sure about before I make a decision that affects people who have no appeal rights. Once we make our decision, that's it for them. So we need to get this, we need to be open and transparent about the truth of what we're doing if we do it. So that's the first reason I don't feel ready. The second reason is I'm anxious about the question of this question about livability, which does just seem to be skipped over. It's so much easier to focus on the more sort of objective things in planning frameworks, but it's very clear these objective things are inclusionary. They're not the only things that must be grappled with. And whilst a judicial decision maker on this would have views based on case law about what livability meant and what it was, and it's not just going to be the neighbour saying, I don't like it. We know that, but it's something more than not even addressing it at all. I think we have to be able to rationally explain why it is actually okay for a backyard to be confronted with the wall that this one presents. And so that's the second reason. I think I've forgotten what the third reason is, but I think those two are good enough. So where I sit is not comfortable, want to keep talking, but I'm not sure whether the best process to keep talking is to refuse and get this into a space where we can have proper mediation, where this council is informed and assisted by people who are not conflicted and who are able to help us grapple with the concerns that individual councillors may have raised. And that process is perhaps best done in that SAT environment. I mean, maybe the applicant will choose to just keep talking, and that would be terrific because it'll save them $550 filing fee. So I have to grapple with the decision as to whether this would be a refusal or a deferral, because that gives some flexibility. And I'm going to be very interested to hear the rest of the debate over the night.
Any other speakers for the officer recommendation? Speaker against? Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen, and I do thank you also for bearing with my questions beforehand. Look, there's not, hopefully, and well, actually not hopefully, I'm sure the councillors have at least taken a cursory look at my alternate to refuse. So if we get that far, we'll deal with it then. But I will note this. Obviously, I'm opposed to it. So yes, I'm speaking against it. But I'm going to note this, and that's the director stated, right, that, and this is really the most interesting point of it. But I want to take it from here to Councillor Hammersley's point. The director stated, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but as what I heard was they put forward their position, okay, they make technical assessments, they didn't say they lack emotion, I don't believe they do, they're human, so they obviously have emotions, but it's more of a technical nature. The people in the gallery that spoke took a different, you know what I mean, a more, even though they were making some technical points, they're more emotive, okay? But the director did say this, at the end of the day, they put forward their position, the galleries put forward their position, but it falls to us to make a decision, okay? Councillor Hamsley makes a very good point though, okay? And if this doesn't get up, right, for approval, and we do move forward, right, her reference to the tribunal, right, who would look at it differently, right, and through straight objective eyes, and the tribunal's not just a technical instrument. They absolutely do deal with the effect on people, etc. They wouldn't put it into their schemes, and they wouldn't deal with it in that way. But for my point, not only can't I support it myself, that's my opinion, but I'm actually, sorry, I'm going to finish on this. Not only can I support the staff's position, right? Further than that, I'd actually urge my fellows to actually reject the staff's recommendation for approval, because there's just too much resistance. There's too much other things going on here. There's too many very good but separate arguments that have been made through the questioning, which was meant to be really a debate, but seems to turn out to think. Councillor Power's points about 112, I note. Councillor Hammersley's points. Councillor Jennings, Councillor Stroud's, everybody's, Councillor... sorry, Councillor White, you haven't said anything, so I have to leave you out. But what was proposed by Councillor Kosovich, I can't get there. But obviously, this is a decision that lays with each of us morally. Thank you.
Any speakers for the item? Speakers against? Councillor Powell. Microphone. Is it?
Got it. Okay, good. Okay, thanks. Look, I'll start again. I think this is a very difficult question, so I'm really not quite too sure where I am. I do have concerns, especially in regards to the solar access to the apartment down the back. Look, I mean, in some ways, that section of it becomes, somebody wants to build a garage, on their right of way, and they're entitled to it. Their neighbours have got garages, so they are probably entitled to it as well. But that garage is going to cause amenity problems, solar access problems for the apartment, I think apartment 1, the owner or person who's living there for 37 years has been saying how it will affect her lounge room, dining room and study. Now, yeah, look, we do have three options in front of us. We've got, we can approve this, refuse it, or defer it. Now, SAT is really not a planning consideration, so we don't have to take into account taking it to SAT as a planning consideration. But if we do go to SAT, then I think we've got to provide reasons for whatever decision we come to. Unless we approve it, then there is no right of appeal. And when I take a look at it, there have been a lot of changes to this plan, and a lot of the non-compliances have gone. In fact, I think we're only really down to about 2 in the end. There's one boundary setback, which is really a continuation of a wall, and there's the height. Now, I don't know, really how well, whether they would be sufficient reasons to refuse and to take it to SAT. So that's why I'm quite unsure. So maybe if there is a way, and I can't see it with a double-storey garage there, but if there is a way to stop that overshadowing, then I'd like to take a look at that. So maybe I'm falling more on the thing of saying, well, let's go back and see if there's anything else that can be done. So that's where I am at the moment. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. Since I've been conspicuous with my silence, I thought I should at least share my own views, which, again, I feel sort of uneducated in this a little, and I understand the staff's recommendation that essentially on planning grounds, this should be approved. My greatest concern come with those people who have already, much more eloquently than me, described the struggle that I have as well about loss of amenity and the adverse effects, which I do see as being a subjective call, and I'm not sure I sort of sign off on what the staff have said when they say, it's not considered to have significantly adverse amenity impacts onto adjoining properties. I can't necessarily subscribe to that view in my own right, and so that's really putting me into a position where I am also grappling with this. It's a good proposal in many other ways, but this impact upon other people that we've heard directly from people here tonight, but we can also see in the issues that other councillors have raised is also worrying me. So that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking against. I can't be satisfied that there's no adverse impacts on 135 with that gigantic wall looming over their property, and there is also the question of the measurement of the solar access and the amount of shadow that's cast on the 112 properties, and it's looking like there is a difference between if the solar access was measured from that 2.3 metre minimum setback that has to be taken into account if there was garages or car access at the back of 129 into the laneway, and there seems to be there will be a difference. Just you can see that it just without measuring it, you can just see that there would be a difference in the two sets of orientations. So on the basis of that, I can't support this. Thanks.
I've got one more potential speaker, Councillor Kosovich. I think you're just about it. Okay. Councillor Stroud, did you want to close?
I think the council's pretty well spoken on this. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and I'm happy to put the item to the vote. Thank you.
Let's vote on the item. Okay, that's been lost 1-8, and to be honest, I pressed the wrong button, but I think the result's pretty clear. So look, let's move to an alternative now. Unfortunately, we have come prepared. We've got two, and the first cab off the rank is Councillor Burns. So let me just find it. Okay, Councillor Burns' alternative is, of course, a decision to refuse the development application, and if this isn't successful, we've got Councillor Stroud's alternative also available, which would be to defer the item. Councillor Burns, I'm sure you're going to move your alternative motion, so I'll be looking for a seconder. Councillor Burns, did you want to speak to the item? Okay, go ahead, ask your questions.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen and councillors for bearing with me. I'm going to do this as quickly as possible, but I note in the officer's comments with regard to my alternative to refuse, okay, and I'll go to the matter that more pertains to 516 in that in defence of their reasoning, they note APP Corporation Proprietary Limited and the City of Perth 2008, which is WASAT 219, which indicates in their mind certain considerations of no rights to viewing skylines, etc., etc. I think all councillors that saw their email probably saw an extract I took of that today, and this is getting to a question, of course, I'm not speaking to the matter, but I have to sort of get to where we're going. What's that, 219, right, is actually a reference to a City of Perth matter in 2008, where Stockland, which is the subcompany of APP Corporation, wished to put 3 windmills on top of an office building, and the windmills as such, as you saw, are very different from the one we have on a pole just outside of the window here, which was working quite well a little while ago when it was light. My question is this, through you, Mayor McMullen, to wherever you want to put it, my first question anyway, is this. Staff have put forward that, but what I don't understand is why, when there are 2 other cases, okay, and that would be Ian Freeman versus the City of Subiaco, which is WASAT 303 of 2008, which is a matter, one within our city, concerning our city, and 2 concerning a wall, and a second matter, which is WASAT 119 of 2006, which is Peter Fry versus the City of Subiaco, again, which is a matter inside our municipality, and again pertaining to a wall, both matters which were upheld by SAT. Not only were they upheld by SAT, but the first item I mentioned, WASAT 103, then proceeded to a judicial review by Judge Parry, which is WASAT 89 of 2009, and that judicial review was upheld. So my question to, through you, and you can direct it as you wish, Mayor McMullen, of course. My question's this. Well, I'll put it. Okay. My question's this: Why are the council drawn to a matter of windmills? And again, keeping in mind these are not your big fan windmills; these are the twisting windmills that don't, you know what I mean, that are, as you saw, but for the gallery's understanding. Why are we talking? Why do we bring that to our attention when there are two matters pertaining to walls, okay, inside our municipality? For me, and I hope I can be proven wrong, I only can see two answers, right? And I'm not trying to put words in stuff's mouth, but one, you know, and I would hate to think this is even possible, that the staff didn't want to draw our attention to it, or two, the staff are all unaware of it. Okay, so, and there were just two cases I looked up because they were both Subiaco. There are other cases. But, so I'd like that question answered. Why are our attentions drawn to windmills in Perth when we have walls in Subiaco? Okay, and that's my first question, but I have another.
Okay, Acting Director, Community and Development. And look, I think it would be okay for me to supplement the question with what is probably a third reason that those cases weren't brought to our attention, and that would be if staff considered them not appropriate, and that would be a little bit different to the first scenario in which staff might have just not wanted to bring cases to our attention. So over to you, Acting Director. Yes, careful, Mr. Petrovsky. Councillor Burns, another question?
Yes. And I'm presuming what I took that, just so I am correct, that they looked into it with regard to 516, came up with the City of Perth windmill case and stopped there, and that's why they were, is that what I took it as? And they just didn't look, we didn't look further within our own municipality. So I'll just take that as, unless somebody wants to disagree with me, that's what I heard. Okay, moving.
Well, the CEO's wanting to comment on your question, so I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah, firstly, I don't like the premise of the question in the first case, but what we do as officers is, within the time limits available, is to provide the best possible answer that we can in relation to this. Now, obviously, the bulk of the effort goes into preparing the report in the first place, and so then when this comes in, there's research done. That doesn't mean that with that time you can research every aspect. So if councils or elected members have other information that they wish to bring it through to debate, that's entirely appropriate and you're entitled to do that.
Okay, was there another question, Councillor Burns?
And I do appreciate the CEO's answer, but I would just add that it took me about 2 minutes to have those cases come up. So I'll just not make that as a footnote. Now, the next thing I'd like to raise is there's been suggestions, and I'd like, through you, Mayor McMullen, somebody's opinion on this, right? How do we, there's been references, I think by Councillor Stroud, and look, it has been noting the acting director's comment about we're an hour and a half into this and we might be going a lot longer than that, and we should. But there's been references to the question that the house is not protected. We like it. We like all our old stock, okay? But it refers to demolition, all right? Now, I would take it, and I'm looking for somebody to tell me I'm wrong, okay? But from my perspective, in making any decision whatsoever with regard to the applicant's proposal, okay, that no consideration on my behalf would be that if I don't give them what they want, they're going to knock it down. I'm not even going to think that way, right? Because, right, then I'm thinking I'll be living in this council for at least the next little over a year and nearly 2 years or whatever, with the concept that people can hold guns to my head, okay, on questions of eminence. I don't want it demolished. Nobody here does. Okay, arguably the owners don't, right? But I don't think it's a matter for even discussion, right, that we should give consideration. So I'd like to hear from whoever, even from you, Mayor McMullen, right, or as you'd like to direct it, right? Would that even be something that we should be considering, right, that in looking at planning proposals, that alternatives of demolition that are possible, or you know what I mean, or whether they're easy to demolish, difficult, there'd be objections, whatever, that should even be a consideration to us, right? That we're thinking, well, we better give it to them, because if we don't, we're not going to like the result. So that's my question. Because it's certainly, to me, nobody's holding that over my head, but if it is something we should be talking about, then talk about it.
Acting Director Petrovski. Mr. Petrovski, there was a question posed by Councillor Burns. Did you hear it, and are you able to answer it?
No, the audio cut out. I think Councillor Burns was talking about when he started.
Okay, well, look, to paraphrase it, the question was, would it be a relevant planning consideration to think to oneself that if I don't approve this, the house will get demolished, and I don't want to see that happen. Looks like Mr. Denham's in a position to answer that.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. As this property is within a declared heritage area, its demolition of the building is not exempt under the planning and development regulations. As such, it would be required, planning approval would be required to be sought. It would be assessed against the city's local planning scheme. We have one of the strongest clauses relating to demolition to protect our heritage stock. And I'd be very surprised if that was something that was we would be supportive of without doing a full assessment.
Okay, so I think we'll be assessing the proposal on its own merits. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen, and to Mr. Denham, not only do I appreciate that answer, it gives me some solace, okay, that that's not something I have to be concerned about in moving forward with regards to the proposal. All right, so as to questions, I'll just leave it at that. I will get back to probably when I speak to the SAT matters I referred to very briefly, but I'll leave it at that, and thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate everybody's help.
I think now would be a good time to speak to the motion.
All right. Councillors and Mayor McMullen, gallery, I would like to see this matter refused, okay? I fully appreciate the good intentions of Councillor Stroud in following my motion with a deferral, but one, I don't see us getting. I can't see, or my foresight is that a deferral will do nothing more than see us sitting back here in a month's time having exactly the same discussion. Unfortunately, that might not be correct, but that's what I see coming down the road. Now, what happens if we refuse? Okay. Firstly, if we refuse, the applicant has the right to go to SAT, all right? Or make a new application of a different design. Now, for those that don't fully understand, SAT will look at this. The burden is actually harder for my refusal than actually for the staff's position. SAT will look at this and they will look at the what's put forward by the staff for approval. They will weigh the staff's position as professionals against my lay position in the matter, okay? But in doing so, they're going to look to my reasonings, okay? Now, I'm going to address more point 2 than point 1. Point 1 holds ground, okay? But 2, the matter of the R codes and 516, right? It is my opinion, okay, that it's a redoubt, okay, that can't be breached. Now, if I look to if the matter is taken to SAT, first of all, SAT will try and formulate mediation, and that is sometimes successful, right? Secondly, I believe in this instance, and from my experience at SAT, which is extensive, that it is more than likely the matter would be heard on documents and not even reach a hearing, because if you look to what I referred to before, I don't believe 219, which is the City of Perth windmill, is even relevant, but the two matters at WASAT 303 and WASAT 219, and if you look at to 303 and go to paragraph 7, and this is only going to take 1 second, Mayor. Paragraph 7 just reads, the tribunal determined that discretion could not be exercised to allow the increased wall heights because the resultant apparent bulk and scale will have an undue adverse impact on the amenity of the adjoining lot, period. And that was the basis of the case, okay? So, and that one, as I stated, because the original 303 decision was made by a non-judicial member, it was appealed, it was then taken before Judge Parry, who is a judicial member, and under WASAT 89, he upheld it, and that's the judge. I'm going to read it just one more time, a little slower. The tribunal determined that discretion could not be exercised to allow the increased wall height because the resultant apparent bulk and scale, in other words, big in what we're dealing with, and this is a City of Subiaco case, would have
Councillor Burns, I'd hate for that last quote to get cut off from the recording, so maybe just press the button again and finish up.
The tribunal, this is upheld by Judge Parry, the tribunal determined that discretion could not be exercised to allow the increased wall height because the resultant apparent bulk and scale would have an undue adverse impact on the amenity of the adjoining lot. Now that is a matter, okay, between an applicant and the respondent, is the City of Subiaco. I'm going to just jump quickly to the second one, okay, which is Fryer versus the City of Subiaco.
Councillor Burns, you're over your allocated time, so maybe just a quick summary of the second City of Subiaco case, and then we'll move to Councillor Hammersley.
Fryer versus the City of Subiaco comes to the same determination. It's within our municipality and it's about a big wall. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Okay, so to me, the Perth case, you know what I mean, holds little of any weight whatsoever. And I know it's about skylines and things like this. These are about walls. Okay, I believe in going to SAT. Okay, we're on solid ground. But if we're not, that's fine too. Okay, losing's okay, right? I don't go to SAT lightly. I hold my reputation there personally in high regard. But so look, I wouldn't take it well. I don't put these things up just on let's have a crack at it. I put it up because I believe at SAT, right, we're a rejection, albeit I have a higher wall to breach than the staff do. They look to the staff, not to me. But I believe that 516, okay, will hold well for us, okay, and that the applicant would not breach it. But if they do, I'm actually okay with that as well, in that the big issue we have here is the middle third policy. This is not the end of it, okay? The adjoining neighbours built to it, okay? It was in its time. I dealt with it again and again and again 4 years ago. Councillor Strad knows about it. They were before us continually, okay? And they were very controversial. People didn't like them, and we kept doing it. And then one day we got rid of them. I don't know when, but not my time. So my point's this: I'm happy for it to go to SAT. Because this is not the last one we're going to hear about it. Whether we hear 1 a year, 2 a year, 3 a year, 5 a year, right? But there's lots of people that built to the middle third that have properties next door that will be developed, and this is exactly the same argument that's going to come back before us. So I would prefer that it was established by the tribunal, okay, as opposed to and it might not even get to the tribunal. If the applicant obviously will speak to their town planners, they'll speak to town planning lawyers, and they'll get advice and say, look, you're good to go. The tribunal will hold to the staff recommendation and you'll be fine. Or they'll say, look, this might be a hard road to climb, 516 is going to hold against you, right? But that's their decision. Okay, and a SAT application on something like this, as I said, I don't like to burden anybody with expense. But in this particular case, right, I don't see great expense because, right, there's clear cases proceeding in the past, okay? It's a simple issue. It's not going to be some 5-day trial, okay? And I think it's something, and I believe Councillor Hammersley has pointed to this, it's something that needs to be answered so that we're not answering it again and again. Now, I'm going to go to one other thing before I finish.
Councillor Burns, I don't think it's appropriate that you make any other points. Just summarise, just close. Finish up, and then we'll go to Councillor Hammersley. Okay, I think you're finished then for now. Councillor Hammersley, did you want to speak to Councillor Burns's motion?
Yeah, thank you. As I indicated earlier, I still had some question in my mind about whether or not we should finish this and vote the refusal. Part of that was driven by, it would just be great if we could talk. It's a very strange system, the applicants go through all they go through, and there's no interface with the council. The staff don't come and talk to us. Look, we've got this one, it's pretty controversial. We get nothing. And then at the end, at the very last minute, we're brought in and we say, sorry, it's not the vision that we understand our community to have from our town planning scheme. So I was a bit conflicted, but I think having had the extra time and listening, that I am leaning towards adopting the refusal and putting this into the next phase, which is really the applicant needs an opportunity to actually talk with us about what we see as fitting with the planning scheme that has been adopted by our community. And in answer, the middle third rule went out, I think it was last year, and it was the council just prior to this election. So it has been a controversial issue. And in fact, when I look at this property, I sort of feel, thank God we don't have the middle third rule anymore, because this is exactly one of those sorts of properties where it would have been very awkward to have to squash it all into the middle third. But there is a very big piece of land here, and I feel that there is still some opportunity to get everybody closer to being happy neighbours, and still a beautiful home for the applicant with the accommodation that they want, which looks terrific. So I see the potential there, but I think the conversation needs to be with us, and that can occur if the applicant wants to have that conversation. It really can only occur effectively, in my opinion, in that SAT context, because we as a new council, one of the things that we've said is that we would like to have professional advice to assist us in those processes that is basically clean. So our staff will step aside. They've formed their views and they've expressed them in a rational way, and that's accepted. But now we're in a position where we need assistance from somebody who can give us the technical professional advice that we need to interface properly with this applicant to try and get them the fantastic home that they want. So part of the reason I was a little bit hesitant on the thing is that the reasons aren't quite how I would have put them. However, I note that a SAT process is de novo. It's like everything starts from the beginning. We're not going to be constrained by these reasons. It's helpful for the SAT to know that there are some reasons and that they are planning reasons so that we can get those conversations started. I think that the applicants, if they're taking note of the meeting tonight, will understand what the key issues are, and it's the It's the eastern neighbour, and for me, it's the southern neighbour particularly. We should be able to find a solution where everyone gets closer to happy. So I am going to actually support Councillor Byrne's motion to refuse so that we can move on to the next stage. Thank you.
Any speakers against the motion? Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am against the motion to refuse outright for a number of reasons. One, that the applicant has already shown a willingness to amend his DA, and he has done that, or he or she have done that. Yes, they started with obviously a non-compliant development. We're used to that. But instead they've gone back. When you think of the 46 submissions, and 42 of the submissions, the concerns were upheld because of the amendments that the applicant made of the site. So I have confidence that, of course, I don't know how much this needs amended, whether it needs a redesign. I don't know. None of us know tonight at this table. But I would like to invest in the applicant to give them more time. It doesn't incur any more cost to them. They may well take the matter to SAT. That's their choice. They may well do that anyway. So therefore, what have we got to lose but to give them more time to work on this amendment rather than force them straight to SAT? The other thing is I much prefer my alternative if it does go to SAT, because it's much clearer in terms of our concerns. Councillor Burns tonight has already said he's already waived one. He's 0.1. He's already halved his reasons, and I believe that's what you did say, that you waived.
We'll hear what the point of order is and then decide what to do about it.
Well, it's a point of clarification. I didn't waive one. I just said I was addressing two and leaving one for a matter of time. That's all. I didn't waive one in the slightest. One holds. I didn't write it for nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Okay, thank you for that point of clarification. I will put it another way. We, at the last briefing, a number of us really burrowed down into the protection of the streetscape and how this design stood up to protection of that heritage streetscape. And the result was that not only were our questions answered in many ways, but also we got a report from Griffiths Architects, which have supported the design of the development as not competing but complementing. I believe, therefore, if this present alternative is taken to SAT, we will be immediately weakened in our arguments with that very report by Griffiths. So I recommend that you vote this down and that you support the alternative and you invest in our applicant to work on this more, to give them more time to come back to council. Thank you.
Councillor White, I saw your hand up before. Did you wish to speak to the item?
Thank you. Just briefly. Yes, it's a messy situation, but I think what I'm hearing the arguments about the need for clarity of the position, and I think, as difficult as I felt the last vote was in terms of that, because there are many good things about this, but there's significant concerns. I also just note the staff report recommendation, or staff report, which says we're already exceeded the 90-day statutory timeframe, which of course gives the applicant, as I understand it, the right to go to SAT already. And so my concern is that if we, I think supporting this motion gives some clarity. My own concern about deferring is that we're already late, and what that means. Thank you.
Sure. What's the question, Councillor Stroud?
How does that 90-day time frame affect a deferral? Thank you.
Mr. Denham.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the application is obviously currently over the 90-day time frame, so the applicant could elect, well, I guess that clause is in live and where they could go to the State Administrative Tribunal. If the matter is deferred, they may take that in good faith, and that's Council has given some direction on what they'd like to see changed. They'd still have the appeal right, so they still could go to SAT in that time.
Any other speakers? Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, this is an interesting one tonight, and I think at the beginning of the debate I was thinking that there had been quite a number of concessions and that this would be something that we should take into consideration. I did listen to the concerns from the gallery, and I think we really do need to listen, and that's one of the key things that I think is missing in this whole process, is the listening and communication. So for that reason, I will support Councillor Stroud's amendment, because I do think, alternate, because I do think it offers this really important vehicle, which is just a dialogue, if that's possible, for some moderations to the development. There is always the chance this would be accepted by the SAT. There's always the chance it could be rejected. That's really out there. We don't know that. All we have in our control is trying to build and improve upon the way we communicate with each other, because they'll be neighbours. You know, ultimately these are people who are going to live side by side, and they'll want to say hi over the fence or not, because it's too high perhaps to say hi, but they'll be there in the street. And I think we all know how important it is for good neighbourly behaviour. I mean, I'm currently living next door to a development and I've had no fence for 6 months, and I'm fine about that because I really like my neighbour and I'm hoping he'll have a lovely development. But this is what I mean about having this opportunity for discourse, and I think if we can defer it just for the period that's required, then I think maybe some of the misunderstandings about what people have worked so hard on, and that's one thing I really acknowledge in this, and that's why I was initially supportive, is that there's been so much work done to accommodate the concerns of the community, and I think that in good faith, that was hopefully done in good faith, or just because they were, it was a non-compliant DA at some point. But I think this is what we need to look for, is perhaps hoping that this doesn't need to become something other than just changes which can resolve those conflicts. And I think to go back to the drawing board and start all over again just might not be a realistic outcome. And obviously disappointment will be felt on both sides. So this is, I think, an attempt to accommodate both parties, whereas I know that it's really important we do listen to people who've got no other vehicle for having their concerns heard. So that's where I stand at the moment. I'm also not sure whether down the track that they may not change the decision we make, but I think it's just giving everyone a chance to go back to the drawing board and listen to each other, and that's my hope. Thank you.
Any speakers for the motion? Any more speakers against? Councillor Kosovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I've listened to the debate tonight and I can genuinely say this is a very tough decision. I have a heritage home. I care very much about heritage. And I care about the people who are affected. I went to Petra's place. I saw her concerns. I also went down to Mr. Fletcher's place and saw his concerns and thought, wow, this is pretty diabolical. Then I've seen the submission go back, the 42 amendments, which have made a substantial difference to the development. I've carefully read the staff recommendation and it seemed to make sense to me and it seemed to be moving in the right direction. We've since bogged down in a debate with Councillor Burns saying, focusing very much on this matter going to the tribunal, to the State Administrative Tribunal. I really think that's kind of sad, because I think I picked up with Councillor Hammerley's suggestion that we should be looking at mediation with the applicant. I think that's a sensible way to go. I'd like to think we could work through the issues and further improve this development application. I also believe that you've got to have reasons to go to the SAT, from my experience. And from my former job, I'd always like to think if I was taking anything to an appellant authority, that you'd want to have reasonable prospects of success. I think the staff have acted very genuinely and very considerately throughout, and I thank them for their work on this. This is tough, but I also have strong concerns about the people affected by this development. Accordingly, I would like to move to the next alternate by Councillor Stroud, because I think that's probably the most sensible way to go with this. Thank you.
Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I think we've all discussed that this is a very difficult one, but I don't want to lose how far we've got already. The proponent has responded to a lot of the matters addressed, put by other residents. Certainly, not all of it's been fixed, and certainly there is some way to go. But if we can get talks going in between the neighbours, which apparently hasn't occurred so far, and the proponents, maybe we can get somewhere. There's no certainty. If the proponent it's up to them if they wish to take this to SAT now, or they could take it to SAT if we refuse. So, you know, one way or another, will be up to the proponent whether they try and work it out with their neighbours and through the council staff, or whether they take it to SAT. So I'm of the view that it's best to give the best chance of success is going to be by allowing time for the people to talk, and for us to actually get a clearer picture of what some of the problems are, especially for me in regard to the overshadowing of 1112 and the apartment there. So I need more information, so I'm quite happy to have more time for everybody to actually find out a bit more and talk a bit more. So I won't be supporting the refusal, and I'm also concerned about that this refusal, the way the reasons are given, doesn't really reflect the discussion or the debate that's been had in council tonight.
Any other speakers? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I just didn't get my hand up before. I was thinking what I was going to say, and then you jumped to the, is anyone against? So sorry about that. I'm speaking for the alternative. I'd just be reiterating what I said in the debate on the main agenda item. I'm happy to go to refusal. I think it's going to give us certainty. I just can't see that there's the possibility of a redesign or whatever in the time that this would need to be brought back. I suppose that is a question as to if it's deferred, when it would be coming back to us. It would have to be promptly, I imagine, because of all the pressure with the SAT and the deemed refusal issues. So I guess it would have to be brought back quickly, but I don't know how that would work. But also I do suspect that we will be back in exactly the same position in whenever it comes back, because I think that the redesign can be done, but I'm not sure it can be tweaked to the extent that might need to happen. A few things about having to have reasons. Well, we've got reasons. Councillor Burns put reasons there. Councillor Hammersley's already made the point that when and if it got to SAT, it's de novo, and the reasons are practically ignored, actually, because it just goes straight into the issues, and the reasons might be, the very starting point. So it's not that much of a concern in my mind, but at the same time, there are reasons there that would be enough to support any at the position of council at mediation. This idea that we're going to talk to the applicant, well, council can't actually do that. So I don't really understand how that process is going to work, because it'll be talking with staff and it'll be talking with neighbours, which might have some mutually agreeable outcome, but we're not involved in that process, and we can't properly be. So the only way that we can get involved, as Councillor Hammersley actually said, is the mediation process at SAT, if it came to that. And then the applicant's still at risk doing another design, coming back, staff saying, oh yes, we think this is really great now, present it back to us, and we're back to the same position. So there's the certainty idea that Councillor White mentioned. I mean, I think it's a very good point. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that and say I think I just can't support this at the moment. Thanks.
By my count, it's neck and neck, so I'm going to take the opportunity to enter the debate in accordance with the meeting procedures. And I will be speaking against the motion. I did come into this meeting determined to make a decision, and that ideally would have been a flat approval or a flat refusal. But hearing the debate tonight, it seems that there is a will on the part of councillors that the design should be revisited. And to my mind, that is a process that can happen outside of SAT. We don't need to engage lawyers or the further assistance of planning consultants to have discussions which haven't yet been had. I think I don't think we need to be scared of SAT, but equally I don't think we should assume that the applicant's going to go to SAT and they're going to be entirely confident of their prospects in SAT. To my mind, an applicant who's given extra time to review a design should take that opportunity. And what council would be saying by refusing or not supporting the alternative motion that Councillor Burns has put up, and instead moving to Councillor Stroud's alternative motion, would be to say, come on, let's have a discussion, let's see some revised plans, and if not, then we'll see you in SAT. But I don't think it needs to necessarily flow from tonight that we'll end up in SAT. I think it can be avoided, and the best outcome would be that we have discussions before resorting to external dispute resolution. So that's my reason for ultimately not supporting Councillor Burns's motion. So that's how I'm going to vote, and if things go as I suspect they're going to go, we'll hear from Councillor Stroud on her alternative. But I'd invite Councillor Burns to close before we have the vote.
Thank you, Member McMullen. I would note that declaring how you're going to vote before debate has ended and I'm still debating isn't actually within the Act, but I do that only with amusement. But look, the elephant in the room here, I don't want anybody thinking for a second that I have a problem with engaging with people and with what Councillor Stroud has said, and with the Mayor's support and the other councillors that have declared that they wish to proceed. But there's a problem, and the problem's this, right? The clock's run out, and the way SAT deals, the tribunal, deals with a deemed refusal, and that's what this is now. If you vote, if somebody doesn't cross the floor and support the refusal, taking a refusal into SAT and the way it's dealt with, as opposed to taking what becomes a deemed refusal, as in we never gave an answer. And that's what happens. SAT doesn't look at it and go, oh, we just asked for more time. And I'm going to quote to you something. I was in a matter.
Point of order, Councillor Stroud. Let's hear it.
Thank you. I just thought that the Councillor Burns shouldn't be introducing any new information, that he should just be summing up his debate. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud, thanks for the point of order, and I think you are correct that we're not meant to be hearing new information in closing, but Councillor Burns, if you're going to make points that are directed at rebuttal and there's a new aspect to it, I think that would be okay. So if you can make your comments with the intention of rebutting things that have come up in the debate, I think we'll let you finish.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, I'm really just stating a fact, and I wanted it. I could have brought it up before, but I wanted to hear everybody and give everybody a chance, because I said, you know, I mean, this really is, you know, I mean, it's their moral decisions and how you feel, but this is just a simple fact, right? If somebody crosses the floor and accepts refusal, and that's a hard decision for the people that have said that they don't want to and they'd prefer to defer. I understand that, but going to SAT, right, with a refusal is a completely different legal exercise than going with a deemed refusal, because we did not answer the applicant's request, okay, by the clock running out. You defer, the clock runs out, you defer tonight, the applicant goes to SAT, and the matter has just not been dealt with, period. Right? So there's no, well, they're still trying to sort it out. SAT's not interested. And I'm going to quote the beloved Morris Spillane, God rest his soul, who was one of, I think, SAT's probably three best senior members. But in a matter I had before him that concerned a deemed refusal that I took to SAT because Netherlands hadn't answered the question. And I won't name them, but the lawyers acting on behalf, right, basically was saying, look, we'd really like some more time and to see if we can work this out. And Morris turned to him and said, understand this, okay, and this is to the lawyer on behalf of the council. You've been driving this bus. You're not driving it anymore. I'm driving the bus, okay? In his lovely Irish accent, which everybody else always found good humour in it. And that is the difference, okay? We do not have anything on record, okay? All we've done is fail to do what the statute says, and that's make a decision in 90 days, okay? Now, in saying that, it could have been extended, right? When the applicant came back and made an amendment, staff could have said, yes, we'll take the amendment, and signed an agreement to extend the 90 days so that we remained inside the timetable. That hasn't taken place. They admit that, all right? So I'm not trying to push you. I accept your feelings, Councillors Kosovic, Stroud, the Mayor. But I'm telling you, right now, in no uncertain terms, you adopt a deferral, you're actually not adopting a deferral. You're actually turning around and saying, we're not answering this, okay? And the applicant being SAT, filing tomorrow morning with their $600, okay? And the way it will be treated, as opposed to being treated in the matter being rejected under my deal, this isn't apples and oranges. I mean, they're too close to each other, okay? This is so far away from each other, right, that you cannot imagine what you will be dealing with an applicant in there debating that Subiaco, we put it to them, we tried twice, they didn't answer, period, and here we are, and look at this. Staff approved it, okay? Council rejected it, and then, staff approved it, council voted against it, they didn't reject it, they didn't do anything else, they just said we're going to defer it, which is a no answer. I know I'm being overly pushy on this, you already understand me, but I just want it to be absolutely clear, because I am looking for one of the 5 negatives to take the seriousness of the position you are going to put us in, okay? If somebody doesn't help reject, you are absolutely putting us into a different kettle of fish here, okay? So, by all means, but I'll finish on this note. If you do it, and nobody crosses the floor, for a better word, looking for a much better term, but if nobody crosses the floor and we go to a deferral, sure, have a deferral, but it is absolutely meaningless, because that's not a deferral, okay? What it is a non-answer, and you've put us into the position of telling the tribunal, okay, that we didn't meet our obligations, okay?
Mr Petrovski, I did see your hand up, but I think it's only fair that Councillor Burns, as the mover of the motion, should have the opportunity to close, and then we go straight to a vote. So on that basis, I'll call the vote. Okay, that's been lost for 5. Unfortunately, there is one further option, and that is to go to Councillor Stroud's alternative motion. I take it we'll have a mover in Councillor Stroud, and I'll be looking for a seconder for Councillor Stroud's motion. Yep. Okay, so you'll move it. And we're looking for a seconder. Councillor Powell. Councillor Burns, did you want to have a... well, yeah, look, I think we're all hanging out for a break, but it's probably best just to deal with this. So, Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak to the motion?
I'd like the motion put, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Councillor Stroud, you're not going to speak to it. I'll invite the seconder to speak to it before moving to any other speakers.
If I may speak, this has fallen exactly into the pattern that we didn't want to have, where I thought, given that we've already spent a couple of hours, we could move on this quite quickly. I'll reserve my right to speak in case I feel I need to sum it up. Thank you.
We could go to places we don't want to go tonight with that approach, but I mean, it is open for councillors to move a procedural motion that a matter be put. I'm not going to move anything from here, but Councillor Hammersley, you want to move a procedural motion?
Yeah. Under the local law 7.1 D, I'd like to put a motion that the question now be put, because I think we...
Yeah, okay, that's one of the ones that we don't hear debate on, but if there's a seconder, we'll put that procedural motion to a vote. Councillor De Vries. Look, we'll err on the side of caution and take Councillor Powell as the seconder, just because Councillor De Vries, I think, seconded the motion in the first place. Okay, so we'll put that procedural motion to a vote. Okay, the procedural motion's been carried unanimously, and what that means, members of the gallery, is that council's resolved not to debate any further, and we're going to go straight to a vote on Councillor Stroud's alternative motion, which would be to defer the development application until the next council meeting. So on that basis, I'll call the vote on the motion. That's carried 8-1. I think now's probably a good time to adjourn shortly, so let's take a 5 or 6 minute break. Which one is it? And in accordance with meeting procedure 10.1, we'll adjourn until, let's make it 8:10 p.m.
Can you do that again, Scott?
Yes.
So, councillors, just while we're waiting for some hard copies, just
Okay, everyone will resume the meeting at 8:22 p.m. We're on to item C4, which relates to design review panel appointments. The officer report, as you may have seen, has spaces in which we can insert the appointees' names, and we've just been handed a list of names that was circulated to councillors previously. Yeah, but before we get on to moving and seconding, though, I believe there's a declaration of interest from you, Councillor Jennings.
Yes, apologies for not doing this earlier. I only just, I thought I had read that, but I didn't pick up a name in there that I have to make an impartiality declaration about. So my declaration is I, Lynette Jennings, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 February 2022. Agenda item C4, type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality. And the nature of my interest is that one of the potential substitute nominees is my brother-in-law, and I've had no contact with him or discussion about this matter. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jennings. So, unless anyone wants to propose different appointments, how this resolution will look if we follow the officer recommendation is that we will appoint 6 panel members, a chair who will be included amongst those 6, and then a further 2 specialist members. I might just read out the names for the record. Councillor Hamsley, question?
Yeah, this is a question, and thank you to the staff for the process, because we've had these issues in the past where we're making appointments and some people are being overlooked. And I think in the past we've been a little bit unhappy that for the potential for public embarrassment of people that we like to go behind closed doors if there is to be a discussion about people who might not be acceptable to the council. So rather than call out the names, I don't know if the council's with me on this, but I would be hoping that we only do that once it's established that no one wants to go and make an alternate suggestion. I'll leave that with you. I would have said it's 5.23B, the personal affairs of a person.
Well, look, I think I need to say for the record what the recommended names are, and if there's a debate to follow which is going to stray into territory that people feel shouldn't be aired publicly, then perhaps we can have a mover and a seconder for a suitable procedural motion. But the recommended nominees are Philip Griffiths as chair, panellists, 5 panellists, namely Dominic Snellgrove, Chris Marr, Tony Blackwell, Denise Morgan and Simon Venturi, and 2 specialist panel members, Prasanna Sarawira and Graham Agar. So that's the officer recommendation. Look, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we can look to procedural motions if people think that's necessary. So I'll move it, Councillor Hamsley. Seconder, Councillor Kosovich. Okay, look, I think like we did for the first item we debated tonight, I'll take questions now if there are any. And if it's necessary to go behind closed doors, we'll consider that. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask why we choose the chair and why the board doesn't. Thank you.
I think that's a question for the Acting Manager Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So in the terms of reference, which eventually was formulated into a local planning policy 7.1, a chairperson will be appointed by council.
Any other questions? Okay, and the procedural motion would be relying on, I think we said section 5.23B of the Local Government Act, that the reason being that we're going to be discussing the personal affairs of a person. Okay, so we'll have a mover in Councillor Stroud and a seconder for that procedural motion, if any. Councillor De Vries. Okay, I'll call the vote on that procedural motion. Okay, the procedural motion's carried unanimously, so we'll go behind closed doors for a period. Thank you. Okay, for the record, we've had some questions behind closed doors, which was followed by a debate, and it's been resolved to carry the officer recommendation on item C4, which means the following people are appointed to the City of Subiaco Design Review Panel for a period of 2 years from the 1st of March 2022 until 29 February 2024. Philip Griffiths, Dominic Snellgrove, Chris Marr, Tony Blackwell, Denise Morgan, Simon Venturi and Simon Venturi, they're panel members. The following member is appointed as chair of the Design Review Panel for a period of 2 years, and that is Phil Griffiths. And in addition to the above, the following specialist members are appointed to the Design Review Panel for a period of 2 years from the 1st of March 2022 until 29 February 2024. Prasanna Surawira and Graham Agar. And parts 4 and 5 of the officer recommendation have been carried without any changes. And that brings us to item C5, the future requirements for Sports Space 2022 report update. There's an officer recommendation and an amendment to that recommendation submitted by myself. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. We've got Councillor Hammersley moving, Councillor Jennings seconding, and I'll take the opportunity to open up for any questions that people might have in relation to the updated Sports Space report. Okay. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to speak to the item?
No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Would our seconder like to speak? Okay, I'm going to test my amendment. It says published on the website, and I'll just say what it is and then look for a seconder, because obviously I'll be moving. Oh yeah, if they're feeling generous, would the mover and seconder like to incorporate my amendment, or is the preference to have a vote on it?
I'm quite happy to adopt it.
Great. Okay, councillors, just to confirm, we're now voting on item C1 as amended by the amendment which I submitted. So to be abundantly clear, we're voting to receive the updated Sports Space Report 2022. Hang on. Ah, there it is. Okay. What we're voting on at item C5 is the officer report, officer recommendation as amended by the amendment which the mover and seconder have accepted. And the amended motion will be as written in the submitted amendment, so there's probably not much else to say by way of clarification. And it doesn't look like the mover and the seconder are wanting to speak. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to the amended motion? Okay, let's put it to the vote then. Carried unanimously. The next item's C6, amendment to policy 6.5, use of active recreation areas, and this is an item which requires an absolute majority. So I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder, please, with Councillor Burns temporarily leaving the chambers. We've got Councillor Hammersley moving, Councillor Kosovich seconding. Any questions on this item? Nope. Okay. Councillor Hammersley, did you want to speak to it? Councillor Kosovich? No other speakers to the item? Okay, I think we'll call the vote then. Okay, that's carried 8-0. Okay, we'll move on to C8 now, which is the Economic and Business Sustainability Advisory Committee Review of Terms of Reference. We've got the officer recommendation as well as an amendment submitted by, it's an alternative, submitted by Councillor White. So what that means is we'll need to consider the officer recommendation and see if we get to Councillor White's alternative. I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder for the officer recommendation. If there's a mover and a seconder, we'll take questions. If there's not, then there's probably not much point in having questions. Yep. Okay, Councillor Stroud and Councillor De Vries. Councillor Stroud, you've got a question.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'd like to ask is, how did the revised terms of reference come about?
Mr. Petrovsky. Any other questions before we ask the mover and the seconder if they'd like to speak? Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. The very fact that the revised terms of reference have come about from speaking to the EBSAP elected members' motions does give them some validity. To me, I think that they are more simple, less prescriptive than the alternative that's been proposed. At the same time, I really recognise all the work that Councillor White has put into his changes. The reason that I like it the way it stands, let's just start simply with not changing the name, because as an anagram, EBSAC is just a lot easier to get our mouths around than the other proposal of economic development and so on with no vowels and whatever. It just doesn't form an anagram. Minor issue. Most importantly, I'm really not comfortable with the reduction to 2 community members from 4. Now, sorry, I'm getting a bit muddled now. It's obviously getting late. Sorry, I'll start again. What I like in the terms of reference is that they are recommending a minimum of 2 community members and to a maximum of 4. as against the alternative, which is just recommending to community members. Later on tonight, we're going to deal with an elected member motion that talks about listening to the people, listening to business. And so, to me, this is part of it, by engaging them and bringing them to the table. Now, I came to EBSAC as a community member before I was a councillor. While I was a councillor, I was on EBSAC, and it brought a number of very interesting people to this table, including at the time when football was very relevant to our city, Jeff Glass, who was, I think, CEO at the time, whatever his role was. It brought a professor from urban design and architecture from UWA. We had at another time another one, I think, from economic development or business from UWA. And in the last 2 years, we brought a doctor of economic development to the table, who now sits amongst us. And I'm sure that was his introduction to local government that so enticed him to come and join us. So what I'm getting at is that it can be a breeding ground of bringing in these interesting people that sit at the table, and if we have 4 of them to equal the 4 elected members, we've got an equal weighting there in the vote, which I believe is important, because when you then get to the level that it comes to council to make decisions, we have confidence that it has been thrashed out from an equal representation of business people as well as councillors. The other, I certainly also the terms of reference support bringing other people to come and speak. We used to do that, but I'm happy to see that reinforced. The other thing I want to point out is that it's seen that EBSAC has fallen apart over the last few years, and the blame seems to be laid with the terms of reference. I don't believe it's had anything to do with the terms of reference. I think it's had a lot more to do with the leadership that we were under the last 4 years. And I just want to speak up for really what EBSAC has achieved over the years before the last couple of years of dysfunction. Because when I first joined up, we just had a very dusty economic development strategy that really did need needed a big overhaul. And in that time, we've gone, I believe, from really in economic development, there wasn't even a portfolio that thank you, that had really had no budget, to now one where our economic development has a budget of $700,000. If you combine that with our place management, which is also considered by EBSAC, we now have a budget of $2.3 million. Now that's how much we have grown and matured in this time. So I just wanted to speak up for that. I want to speak up for how important the role of EBSAC is. It does have power, and it has power because every decision it makes comes to council, is voted on and comes to council. So I feel that the terms of reference are adequate, and they have been revised, and so I put them to you. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries, did you wish to speak? Any speakers against the motion? Question, Councillor Powell.
Sorry about that, Mayor. I'm not sure whether the questions belong here or whether they should be asked when if the alternative is put. But the first one is the council staff comment about the additional requirements proposed that would be required in the amended terms of reference, that will require more resources and budget allocations than currently planned for. Are there any figures that could be put on that, essentially what would be required in a budget and what extra resources will be required to meet these new terms of reference if that goes forward?
Sure. CEO.
Thanks, through the chair. It's a difficult question to answer because there's one element that we sort of could quantify in terms of the additional meetings in relation to the other alternate or amendment. However, there is another elected member's motion as well. So the ordinary process is to consider all those and bring that back around budget time, etc. So it's a little bit difficult for us to articulate that. We just wanted to describe that if there's more meetings, there's more resources, and then usually what quite often happens in that regard is there's more actions that come out of it as well. So all those things would sort of have to be factored in, but we haven't calculated an exact FTE just relating to that alternate.
One thing that's common to both the staff recommendation and the alternate is 4 councillors. I'm wondering why we require 4 councillors, since the size of the council has been reduced. Maybe it would be better reflected if there were fewer councillors on the committee as well.
Acting Director, Community and Development, do you have a view on that? I probably should have just answered that myself, Councillor Powell. Look, I think like any officer recommendation, it's always open to council to make amendments or propose alternatives, and I suppose as a council we should be looking to those of you who've served on EBSAC previously for some of your experiences perhaps. Another question?
Yes, Mayor, but it is purely about the alternative, so I'll wait until if it comes up.
So I'm looking for a speaker against the officer recommendation. Councillor White.
So firstly, I have to say I really feel lousy that it ends up me speaking against what's being put forward, because that's certainly not my intention. I really want to acknowledge the support of the council, the staff rather, in what they presented here in the report. And as I say, it's really goes against the grain to be actually now required to vote against this because of the alternative that I've put afterwards. So I hope people acknowledge that. I also want to say that I don't want to, there's a danger of looking at the last 2 years of EBSAC and saying that's all to do with the past leadership or it's all to do with other things. And I think what I'm intending to do with this is to cast forward and to say, what is it we want EBSAC to do and to look like? And I think we have a really unique opportunity to do that. And I think learning from what's happened in the last 2 years, from my experience, and even beyond that, from others' experience, and now casting forward and to say, how can we be very future-oriented about this committee? How can we make sure it works? How can we make sure it puts a priority for the business community and the economic sector and sustainability on the table? And so I think we have to be careful about what we're prepared to inherit. We should take what's good and we should leave what's not so great. And I think the officer's report and the recommendation there goes a long way toward that. And again, I'm really sorry to now have to start to pick at that, because I'd much rather not do that, and much rather start saying, let's really turn this into something that will really focus our attention. I want to just pick up on one or two very brief things. Firstly, in terms of the process of how we got there, what I don't think was said, and I'd just like to clarify, was in January, the 4 elected members, we all conducted a lot of emails together. We met as the elected members appointed to this, and we came up with some ideas for a work plan, and we came up with a revised terms of reference. We had a good meeting with the staff in which we shared that revised terms of reference and came up with ideas. We talked around a number of things during that meeting. Following that meeting, then the staff came up with this report and presented this, which was great. We then, as 4 elected members, took it further and said, okay, there's some things I didn't quite get that we really wanted to achieve here. Let's see how we can revise that, make it better, and in our view, make it better, and now present that, because of the whole meeting structures and arrangements that we have to go through, procedures, to present that as an alternative motion. So I'm really disappointed that our procedural mechanisms and our process mean that we've got this process of now it appears as though we are rejecting this. I think we're improving it in the alternative, but we'll talk about the alternative when it comes, if we get there. The second point I want to make is about membership of business and community. I think the point I want to make is this is not a very effective business engagement mechanism. For all the benefits that Councillor Stroud talked about, and I think they're true benefits, it's not something where we can get the voice of the business community heard. Through 2 people, through 4 people, through 15 people? How would you really do that effectively? It's very good to have business representation on it. I'm not arguing against that. But we can't pretend that it's an engagement mechanism in which the voice of business is heard. It's simply inadequate. What we need to do as EBSAC is design those mechanisms and ensure there are ways in which a broad cross-section of the business community do share their views. And that will happen outside of this mechanism. What we need here is a nimble, strategic and focused group that brings advice to this body, which is really based upon this. Yes, having business people involved is important. I was one of 4 members of the business community, community and business representatives on the group. I don't want to speak for the others. They haven't given me a mandate, but I can tell you fairly confidently that very few people were were positive about their experience in EBSAC. And you could blame the last leadership, but I think there's a range of factors about that. Finally, in the original terms of reference, EBSAC met every 3 months. We wanted to increase that. The staff came back with a recommendation to meet every 4 months. In our deliberations as members who are focused on this, we really thought that was too long, and instead have come up with the proposal of 2 months. Briefly, we recognise it's have resource implications, but we also recognise this is a strategically important issue for the city. If we can't start to meet once every 2 months on it, how can we actually really start to give the attention that we think it deserves?
Speaker for the recommendation. Speaker against. Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor McMullen. Look, councillors, don't take this the wrong way, but the 4 of us that were appointed to the to EBSAC, perhaps I shouldn't even say this, but we're almost operating as a pseudo committee already, and we want to get our teeth into it. There's no doubt about that. What Councillor White has said is absolutely correct. But opinions held by the staff, they're fine. Opinions held by the elected members, who are going to sit on the committee, where they may slightly differ, and they don't differ that much, okay? But we're of a mind to make some minor alterations to the terms of reference. We believe they're necessary. They're not by any means excessive or extensive or anything else. But and I will quote Alex from. I know he said it. I can't remember when you said it, Alex. But you did mention at one stage, you know, we need to, and I'm not quoting you verbatim, but basically you were saying, you know what I mean, small and fly the foot, you know what I mean, and get after it and get after it quickly. You know what I mean? The bigger it is, you know what I mean, the slower it is. And I'd also add, with what's before us, with you know, COVID, interest rates, all sorts of things, you know what I mean, all sorts of things that, you know what I mean, the world's never seen the likes of, you know what I mean. We're 2 seconds away from you know what I mean, the Queen being dead and Putin invading, you know, in the Ukraine. And trust me, these things upset people. They actually affect everybody. It's not as funny as you think, you know what I mean? And not that I'm suggesting that Prince Charles wanted to ascend the throne by assassinating his wife with COVID, his mother with COVID, but the Ukrainian issue, you know what I mean, will affect us, you know. So anyway, look, I'd hope that council sees that what we put into the alterations, okay, we believe, okay, are for the good of the committee. Okay, we've put a hell of a lot of work into it, and I really mean a hell of a lot of work into it. So I'd hope, I'm not trying to push past the, as Councillor White said, we're by no means demeaning the staff recommendation. They put forward what they thought was best, and we've put forward what we think's best, you know, it'll go to the vote, and we'll see where it lies, and we can live it, and we'll live with it either way. So, but anyway, look, again, I'm just going to repeat this. You know, the 4 people. Look, I'm very happy with the 4 people that are on it. I could have said 3 people. It sounds like I'm happy with myself, and I think we'd like to see the TRO altered, so hopefully you'd support it. Thanks. Bye.
Councillor Stroud, a question.
Speak, if I can just ask a question. Unless I missed it, the terms of reference that are recommended do not mention the role of the presiding member. An obvious addition to this from the alternative is reference to that role of presiding member in terms of calling meetings and working with staff on relevant topics and so on. I'd like, thank you, some sort of feedback from staff of how that, maybe it doesn't differ at all, whether it does differ from the current role of a presiding member, and also what was meant by the committee operating in requirements and directions under the Local Government Act, which is part of the staff comment. You know, was that related to that or something else? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stroud. I think the CEO is probably best placed to comment on this because it's probably drawing in aspects of the Local Government Act, but the question, as I understand it, relates to the difference essentially between the meeting sections of the 2 terms of reference, doesn't it? The one proposed by staff is pretty short and says that the committee meets once every quarter or is required, whereas the alternative, which admittedly we haven't got to yet, has a point of difference in that section in that it says meetings may also be called by the presiding member, and the presiding member is to be consulted regarding the content of the committee's meeting agendas. If those are the points you wanted some clarification on, I'd hand to the CEO for that.
Yeah, so through the chair, that is exactly what that refers to in terms of the Local Government Act. So the issue is not the 2 months, how regularly that meet, that's fine. The issue is the call called by the presiding member or as required. There's certainly some challenges in that wording because the CEO is responsible for producing an agenda for a meeting, and so in the unlikely circumstance where you've got a presiding member that wished to have a meeting but the CEO wasn't in a position to call a meeting, you've sort of got a clash between what's the requirement of the Local Government Act and what is stated there. If it's never called, then it's never a problem, but that would be the issue in relation to that wording. And the as required is of concern in terms of the Local Government Act. So generally the way that's constructed is the CEO determines or actually calls those meetings and produces the agenda, and then once the committee is started, it's up to the committee to determine what it recommends to council. So it's pretty much the same way in terms of council meeting. Obviously with the council meeting there's other opportunities for elected members or the mayor to call a special council meeting or something of the like. In terms of the other line that says the presiding member is to be consulted regarding the content of the committee meeting agenda, I suppose it depends on how that actually works. So by just way of example is one of the things that I as CEO have consulted with the elected members around what are the priorities for the strategic workshops. It's an appropriate way, get some feedback and then put out a priority listing of strategic workshops. But this is a little bit different because this is committees, and so it depends on what the word consulted means, because if it's just a case of just catching up and saying, look, this is what we've got for the agenda, it's a case of that's probably reasonable. The question is whether or not is the presiding member saying to the CEO, this is what must be on the agenda. So it just depends on how practically that element is sort of dealt with. So, and then my response will be, well, we don't, if I don't have that information for the agenda and not sufficiently researched for a paper, then it won't be on the agenda. Hopefully that's answered the question.
Councillor Jennings, a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Could you just, through you, Mayor, just clarify, CEO, did you say that the statement or as required is a problem? Is that what you said? Sorry, could you just clarify?
I suppose what I was referring to is if it's as required by the presiding member, or is it as required by the CEO saying that there's a need for that committee to be called. So all I'm saying is I could, as CEO, call additional committee meetings as required, but is the presiding member determining that it's as required?
Councillor de Vries' question.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. This is just obviously a follow-up then. So if that wording in the alternative was the committee meets once every 2 months as required, that would not be a problem. If the words when called by the presiding member, then that should be fine. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we last heard Councillor Hammersley question. Yep.
Just to finish off on that theme. So the council is able to get together, now it's 3, because we've reduced, 3 people can call a meeting, or the mayor can call a meeting, or the CEO can call a meeting. So there's 3 possibilities. But from what I'm understanding under the Act, those mechanisms are not available for a committee. Is that correct?
I think we've got Scott listening in. It's a good chance to see if he's awake, I reckon. He smiled, so that's a good start. I'll hand over to him if that's okay, presiding member.
Mr. Hawkins.
perhaps if I can jump in, because I think the question was, there is a mechanism by which either a number of, like 3 councillors or the mayor could call a special council meeting, but I don't believe there is, and this is what you might refer to, Scott, is in terms, I don't believe there's the similar sort of element to be able to just call a committee of council.
Councillor Hamsley, another question.
So my next question is there any cure, maybe it's what Councillor De Vries think, is there any cure to make sure that if we were to vote down the staff recommendation and move to the alternate, that we could save the rest of it but not go against the Act and create a little bit of unnecessary confusion?
Yeah, if I could, through the chair, there's possibility when moving the alternative is to make some tweaks, I suppose, by suggestion, and if they were then considered and then voted on, then that would form part of that. So that is certainly possible.
Councillors White and Burns, I've seen both your hands go up, and I want to get away from a situation where people speak and then continue to ask questions, because in theory you should have made your points, but I don't want to blindside you in any way. So if there's questions that you feel you need to ask, then perhaps I'll start with you, Councillor White, and follow up with Councillor Burns.
Sorry, my point was, I guess, a clarification. We seem to be talking about the contents of the alternative motion now. Given that I put the alternative motion, I thought it proper that I make a comment on it rather than further questions. But I'm happy to hold that comment for the discussion later if you prefer.
Look, I probably got us into that territory because I think we had to kind of explore what the difference was in that particular aspect of the 2 terms of reference. Councillor Burns, was there any question?
Have I spoken? Pardon?
You have spoken, Councillor Burns.
That's the question. Look, if we do move past the staff recommendation through you, perhaps the CEO, if it's your choice, Mayor McMullen, nothing's going to stop us doing what we can, right, with the alternative TRO, in that with the guidance of the CEO that it's legalised for, that's such a terrible word, but it's getting late. So we just get as far as we can and keep it within the parameters of the statutes. With your recommendations, as you've been alluding to in the last few minutes, we just push through it, and as it needs to be amended, it can be done under your guidance or just by our suggestions and thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't see that there's really a problem here. We can't arguably put a TRO together that's breaching the law. That's just not going to work. So we just, if it's the council's decision to push past the staff recommendation to the Councillor White's alternate, when we get to it, we'll just tidy it up to what it can be. Thank you.
I suppose if I can answer the question as I understand it, yes, amendments can be made, assuming that council resolved to do it. Whatever council resolved to do, I will implement that so long as it's lawful. If it's not lawful, I won't implement it.
Councillor De Vries.
This is a question actually that goes to the original terms of reference. It's there was a change to inviting 2 to 4, maximum of 4 representatives from the Subiaco community, and I think that reflects that there must have been an interest from the community. And I too am concerned with the alternative, which is only 2 members of the community. I feel that this is an opportunity for people to come in and feel that they can be listened to in a structured forum, which is why I stuck with committees and not working parties, because I think people do feel that they're listened to more perhaps in a formal setting, but I might be wrong. So why was that that maximum increase to 4? representatives from the previous two. Thank you.
Acting Director. So we last heard from a speaker against the officer recommendation. Is there a speaker for? Oh, okay. That is a bit weird. I don't know if we were seeking any advice at this point, Scott, but Mr. Hawkins. But what did you want to add? Thank you. Okay, looking for further speakers. Is there a speaker for? If not, I'll look for a speaker against the officer recommendation. Oh, well, you've already spoken, Councillor Burns. Okay, is there a seconder? Yeah, you can't do that. Okay, well, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Councillor Jennings.
I've still got a question, sorry, if I may. Thank you. I don't understand how, if you know, the staff version and the alternative, in fact, are both saying the committee is to meet once every 2 months. Well, if the CEO has the, you know, it's within the CEO's discretion and ability to call meetings, how are we even able to prescribe any time when meetings are called? Because that seems to be cutting across the CEO's power to do that. Thanks.
No, if I can through the chair, what you're describing in terms of reference is giving a clear indication as CEOs that's how often you would like the meetings, the frequency. That I don't have a problem with including that in terms of reference to give guidance as to how often a meeting should be called. The question or the answer that I was giving was in relation to the requirement in the alternative was that could be called by the presiding member. That was the issue that I was referring to. So, if the audit committee wish to meet 3 times a year, you know, that's giving guidance to me as to roughly how often it should meet. That's entirely appropriate.
Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you. Look, we seem to have strayed very much into the area that I was going to ask about with the alternative, so I may as well put the question now, if that's all right. I too have, I want to know how this is actually going to work, that the presiding member will be consulted regarding the content of the committee's meetings, and that, that the presiding member will be able to call the meetings. Now, how is that actually going to work? I know that this has been canvassed already, but how's it actually going to work as a practical thing? I mean, does the chairman of the presiding officer of the committee have to come to the CEO and say, look, I would like a meeting called, and this is what I would like on the agenda? Is that essentially how it would work? or would the presiding member, under these terms of reference, have the power to call the meeting, essentially, which is how it reads at the moment, themselves?
Well, the advice so far, as I understand it, is that there's a strong recommendation that the meeting section of the alternative terms of reference should be amended slightly so that we sidestep any uncertainty or potential issues under the Local Government Act. So I think your question, Councillor Powell, is asking about a process which we might not ever have to see unfold. And look, I think it's probably best that we park that question only because it is very squarely relevant to the alternative. And I think what we need to do now is to vote on the officer recommendation, or at least continue to debate the officer recommendation. Are there any other speakers? I'll just quickly enter the debate, and I'll in accordance with the meeting procedures, and I'll just explain that my position is that we should be voting against the officer recommendation for the simple fact that a lot of work's been done by 4 councillors who are going to be on EBSAC, as well as economic development staff, and I think it's been a good exercise in seeing the different roles of councillors and staff intersect. There's certainly been a bit of back and forth, and as I think Councillor White mentioned, there was a document that was given to council and to staff, and they provided comments and feedback, and they provided a report, and now what we're being asked is that report quite right, or is there something that's going to better service council's needs? And I'd suggest there probably is something that's going to service council's needs and the needs of the business community a little bit better than what is in the officer recommendation. So for that reason, I would quite happily not support the officer recommendation purely for the fact that there will be something slightly more fit for purpose around the corner. So I think that's everyone who wanted to speak, and I'll ask Councillor Stroud to close if you'd like.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I realise I've probably lost this debate, but I am staying with the terms of reference. It has been presented as work from the economic business elected members. I believe it is the safer option. After all, what our other alternative is actually not amendments to this, but an alternative which suggests there are considerable changes. What now seems to be in front of us is another half an hour or hour to address those changes, to tidy it up, to make it something that we can work with as a committee. My experience, long experience as councillor, is doing those sort of amendments from the floor can be quite a dangerous way forward. If we accept these terms of reference now, let the committee get onto it in so many months' time with the input of their new members. They can come back to us with some amendments to the terms of reference. And that's how I will put it to you. Thank you.
I'll call the vote. The motion is lost, 1-8, which brings us to the alternative motion submitted by Councillor White. Look, I think I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll see if we can amend what's in front of us to come up with something that's going to receive majority support. So we'll have a mover in Councillor White, no doubt, and a seconder in Councillor Burns. Unless anyone indicates that they've got... We do have remaining questions, because I parked yours earlier, Councillor Powell. Okay, let's deal with some questions now. And did you want to restate what the question was, Councillor? Councillor Hemsley?
Sorry, I'm interested in passing an amendment, which might mean we don't need to have the questions. So what I'm proposing is an amendment to tidy up the words in the meeting so that there doesn't need to be any long debate about whether or not the presiding member is going to be able to call meetings.
That's a good idea, and I think it would save us a question, and I suspect the amendment you're foreshadowing is that the meeting section of the terms of reference would simply read that the committee meets once every 2 months or as required, full stop. Are the mover and the seconder happy with that change? Okay, so the motion we're now debating is the alternative motion submitted by Councillor White with that slight change to the meeting section of the terms of reference. If there's no remaining questions, I'll ask Councillor White to speak to his motion.
Voted yes. Thank you, and again, I'll try and keep this short so that we aren't prolonged with our debate about any aspect of this, but I've certainly remained open to that, and thank you to Councillor Hamsley for that amendment that helps us get moving along. Again, I would just like to apologise in a way to the staff, because in voting no just now, it's in no way disrespectful or rejecting of their good work. I really very much appreciate that and really think that it kind of misrepresents my own view on this. But taking this forward, I think, and again with appreciation of the three other members who worked with me on this, I think what we're trying to do here is really say 5,000 businesses, 26,000 people who are working in the city's area. We want to give this a very special focus. We want to be able to refine the focus, make sure that we bring to council professional, strategic, well-aligned advice about what to do to improve this sector and to enable the sector so that things can develop further. We really want this to be an opportunity to be nimble. Again, recognising the amendment that's just been made, in no way do we ever want to contravene the Local Government Act. What we're trying to reflect in that, and I would have said earlier in the earlier debate, but I realised we'd moved on, but was that the intention of that piece of wording before was simply about working as a team between the elected members and the staff. The new amendment addresses that fine, but I really think that we can do that. And I think as a group of elected members, along with the professional staff in this committee and the new representatives from the business community to come, I think we really can work as a team and take this forward. We want people to present varying and different perspectives. We want to be able to take those perspectives and shape them, put the time into it that we aren't able to do here as a whole council, put the time into it to come back to you with very clear strategic advice. So this proposal tries to, we do change the name. It does make it less, I don't know whether EBSAC was such a wonderful acronym to start with. We could even continue to call it EBSAC, but I think the notion that we're talking here about economic and business development and sustainability is important. We want to ensure that the scope is not framed by the old economic development strategy, and you'll recall it was mentioned in the staff report, and certainly something we support, I support, is this fact that before it was very much oriented about the economic development strategy, which expired last year. So that was already redundant in that sense. So we're trying to make sure that we have a strategic approach, but it's beyond that. It's about the various levers that government has, that local government have to improve the business sector, to improve the economy, and to ensure we operate in a sustainable manner. So we want to be more flexible and responsive. And this notion, I think, which is important, and again, it came up in the staff report, and we've certainly supported it in this amended motion, is that we have the powers to bring in any business person at any point, as well as other professional people from Tourism WA, from JEPSI, from whatever it might be, various specialist agencies we can invite and have them. They won't be a voting member, but they will come and give us advice regularly or on a one-off basis, whatever it might be. We have the flexibility to do that in this amendment, in this motion. I'll stop there and happy to address any questions that might arise, but thank you.
Councillor Burns, did you wish to speak to the item? Any speakers against? Any other speakers for? Question? Speaking? Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. This is just again addressing my concern about the reduction in community membership. That I think I applaud a lot of the changes, and I also thought that the original terms of reference were also excellent. But I understand this is about evolution and taking ownership and getting really passionate, and that's what I see happening here. So that's why I go back to is there any possibility that there might be consideration for increasing the membership from the community from 2 to 4, or a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4, because I think I take the point that was made by Mr. Petrovsky that there is a real interest, and we've got so many talented people as we know in our community that their participation in this committee would be invaluable, and it would also help to balance the number of elected members with members of the community, which I think would be important. I recognise and I take heed from what was suggested about being nimble, but I think we mostly business people have to be nimble by virtue of the profession. So I think that that would not be a huge impediment, but I would be interested that mover and the seconder would consider making that other change. Thank you.
Well, the mover and the seconder are at liberty to accept it if they wish, but there's no pressure. What did you two councillors want to do about that proposed amendment? Leave the motion as is, or take the amendment on board?
I would prefer to leave it as is. But, I don't want to take up too much time. I did talk to the point earlier, so yeah.
Councillor De Vries, if you've got a seconder for your amendment, you can try moving it from the floor. Okay, we've got yourself and Councillor Stroud. Did you have anything to add by way of debate around your amendment?
I think that. Sorry, I've already.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Stroud, did you wish to speak to the amendment? If there's no speakers to the amendment, I think we will just put it to the vote. Just to clarify, we're voting on the amendment only. Yep. Maybe if you could just say that for the record.
Yeah, as reflected in the original officers' report, just a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4. So it may still end up being only 2, but it just gives that extra room in case there's a bit of talent that can't. 2's not too many people, so 4's obviously a bit more flexibility. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put that to the vote. Thanks. The amendment is lost 4-5. So that brings us back to the motion submitted by Councillor White with the amendment to the meeting section that was agreed earlier. So we've had Councillor White speaking, Councillor Burns opting not to speak. Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Stroud.
There seemed to be a suggestion earlier that the role of the presiding member needed to be clarified so it didn't cross over to the Act. I'm not convinced just allowing for meetings every 2 months or as required really covers that. So if you look further down, it was about allowing the presiding member to call meetings and also the presider meeting working with staff on the agenda. And that...
So, Councillor Stroud, my understanding of the amendment that was taken on board by the mover and the seconder is that whole meeting section of the terms of reference now simply reads, the committee meets once every 2 months or as required, full stop, and there is no further paragraph about the presiding member being consulted. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak very quickly. Look, I can see the competing arguments about participation, but I think in the end I was convinced by Councillor White's thing. This is not representative with 2 people on it or 4 people on it. There's a bigger job to be representative and inclusive, and I think that's what the EMM goes to, which is thing. So the reason I have supported this in its current form is we've got apparently 4 people who are showing a lot of energy and a lot of commitment to really getting something that is nimble. And I think the 2-month meeting, what I would suspect they and what I suspect the council would want to see is not making things quite so elaborate. I mean, these meetings we have for these important council decisions have to be that way. But I suspect and hope that we're going to see quick, small, quick move, you know, rather than trying to go from point A to point Z in one step, little baby steps just to get stuff done. So that's what I'm hoping to see. If it doesn't work, then someone must come back to the council and say it's not working. And of course, we will receive that and we will change it. So let's give it a go. Let's see if we can move forward. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
There's no one wishing to speak. I'll ask Councillor White to close.
I'll be very brief. Just, I think again, thank you, Councillor Hammersley. The intention has been to be very nimble. We do want to develop a vision for Z very quickly and start to move in there as we can. It is nothing set in stone. If there are things that are not working, I think it's a good idea that we bring them back. But I think, yeah, I've stated it. I think I'm very happy with the way we've got the message across so far, so I'll leave it there, but thank you.
I'll call the vote. That has been carried unanimously. Councillors, that brings us to C9, which relates to the statutory review of the Western Australian Food Act 2008. Councillor White, I think you pulled this. I'll look for a mover and seconder for the officer recommendation, which is to endorse a submission contained in the comments section of the officer report, and then we'll see what the questions are. Councillor Hammersley moving, Councillor De Vries seconding or leaving briefly? Councillor Powell will second. Councillor White, did you have some questions about the officer recommendation?
I put my questions last week. My intention was to talk briefly to it about my intention of voting. Can I do that? Not yet.
Well, if you're wanting to debate the item, we'll include you in the list of speakers. Okay, Councillor Hammersley, did you wish to speak to the item? Councillor Powell? Councillor White?
My apologies, because I have a very good, strong sense this will pass through. I just have to voice my objection, and it'll probably be 1 to 7 or 8, whatever it is. My objection is not necessarily against what's come forward, but it's essentially, and I'm sorry, Councillor De Vries is gone, but it's essentially about how we deal with the business sector. After the last week's strategic agenda briefing, I was in touch with Walga and their economist and the other person who's running this consultation. And look, my fear is this. The recommendation relates to local businesses that are who register for food licenses. We've come up with proposals that we're making. It's not about our own regulatory regime. I hear that. It's about what the state government doing as part of their review. But we've done that, and we're saying we think as council what the recommendation is. My concern is we have not consulted at all with any of the business people who are licensed and who we conduct that administrative process with the local business community in the food sector. I understand that the process of the time period for consultation was short. That was the answer to my question last week. I know that's a restriction. I know that's a concern, but it bothers me, and I think it's a vote of principle that I'll be voting against this, because I think truly we need to be talking to the business sector about regulations that are affecting the business sector. I think it's bad practice, simply bad practice. And if we don't have time, maybe we shouldn't be doing it if we're not given enough time to make this kind of submissions. So my point is a point of principle. It may not affect whether this vote goes through. I'm completely comfortable with that, and I'm sorry to members for prolonging our evening. I just wanted to make that point because I think it is a point for principle, and we've talked about engagement. We had a number of people talk about EBSAC and the need to increase business participation in that, and of course I voted against that for various other reasons, but the point is we need to be consulting about these issues. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Burns.
A question, if I may, Mayor McMullen. Considering two things. One, the point well made by Councillor White, but even more so the nature of the industry that we're talking about, which I'm not going to say it's the absolute, but it would have been, it'd be in the top 3 hardest hit by what's been taking place in the last couple of years. My question is to staff, is there anything we can do addressing the issues that Councillor White has just raised, whether it is delaying it, whether it is, look, I'm not even across the board on this, but Councillor White's comments have greatly concerned me, and as I said again, mainly because it is that particular sector, or I'll put it this way, what's left of that particular sector. I mean, you can't get a cup of coffee in Subiaco after 2 o'clock. They're all just shut. So that's the nature of my question. Is there anything we can do to address this?
Manager, Health and Compliance Services. I think that's a question for you.
Well, that's great news. I'm still in questions, I suppose, but I'm really looking probably for more input from Councillor White, but I don't know how to really get that, Mayor McMullen, seeing he's the one that's put this idea in my head. I don't want to be tossing just stupid ideas around. Sure, Steph.
Well, look, I don't think we'll ask Councillor White to elaborate on his ideas now, but I'm sure there will be an opportunity between meetings to do that. Noting that there is some time between now and when the consultation period closes, we could certainly move a procedural motion to defer any response to the consultation process. Councillor Stroud, I think you were wanting to say something first, and then we'll go to Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you, Mayor. There is nothing to stop the food businesses submitting to this. So this has been the responsibility, I assume, of the Health Department to put this out. I assume there's probably been advertising, general notification and so on for food businesses. They don't have to do it through us. They can do it independently. So that's the first point that I'd like to make. The second point is we can still put this in as a submission on the work that our staff who are very close to the action have put together. It doesn't stop us also just advertising to all the businesses that there is a review of the Act and this is how you go about it and here's the link and so on, and let them do it independently. So that's my advice, to remind that now they've got to the 5th of May, and here's the link, and encourage them to submit. Thank you.
Councillor Hammersley, I'm not sure what you're going to do. Do you have a question? Mr. Millard, you've got something to add?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McMullen. I just wanted to clarify and pick up on some points that Councillor Stroud made. Bearing in mind that it has been extended to the 5th of May, but working back and looking at our meeting timeframes, that's still a very, very tight timeframe if you still was looking to go out to community consultation. Because basically to get to the 5th of May deadline, we'd have to put a report to Council in April, and working back basically the last week in March, we'd have to be putting together anything that we've got from the consultation and putting together a report. That's just a comment to consider. The other thing is that the items that are contained in the report and recommendations are based on the health officer's experiences that we've been experiencing with the current Food Act, and also, as picking up by Councillor Stroud, that the businesses can also put in submissions, and no doubt through this process, when everybody, through WELGA, submissions from the general business community and our council input, if it's passed tonight, they'll all be collated by the Health Department, and then hopefully another draft will be put out where we might have some more time into actually some input in community consultation. So I just wanted to clarify some of those. Thank you.
Okay, we've had Councillors Hammersley and Powell moving and seconding, with Councillor White speaking against the officer recommendation. Were there any other speakers to the item? Okay, Councillor Hammersley, did you wish to close?
Surprisingly, saying I didn't speak to open. Look, I think I'm going to support this because it's a bit of an unusual one. And I do agree that it is slightly uncomfortable for us to form a position without consultation, but this is really a submission that comes from the operational part of our local government, and they're grappling with the issues around food And of course, food safety is a very important and prime part of the business of local government. So I think I have to trust the operational experience, and maybe we can hope that the CEO will take it upon himself to we have lots of mailings out to the business community just to alert them to the fact that there is this opportunity to speak up, and that they can do so directly, and they can do so having seen what our health officers think is a sensible way to manage food safety in the modern era that we live in. So I'm going to let this one go through because it raises an important issue for discussion in the wider debate that the state government is collating. So I think I am comfortable with that going. If we saw something on the Subiaco dispatches that go out all the time to alert the business community, I'd be very grateful to see that. Thank you.
I'll call the vote, please. The motion is carried 8-1. Councillors, that brings us to item C10, which is a proposed City of Subiaco response on the Local Government Act reforms that are currently out for consultation. We've got an officer recommendation, and I've submitted an amendment as well. I'll look for a mover and a seconder, Councillor Hammersley and Councillor Jennings. Does anyone have any questions about the officer recommendation? Councillor Jennings.
Well, insofar as it incorporates the comments in the comments section, maybe I might be stealing Councillor Hammersley's thunder here, sorry if I am. It refers there to, on the top of the column, elected member comments. And I'm just wondering, why it's specified as elected member comments. How will the submission that goes to the department or wherever, how will that be headed? Will that be, the city's submission? Because this surely becomes the city's submission, is that right? And secondly, if it's not, are the staff making their own submission separately? Thanks.
CEO.
Yeah, if I could through the chair, and Scott might still be awake, we'll see. But the reason why that was described that way is the process by which we took, and so we probably would have used slightly different wording had they been officer comments. But once council resolved to put a submission, it's by the city. So it was just to clarify in the report that the process by which we used to gather the information, because as I said, as officers we probably would have used different language.
Councillor Hammersley, did you want to speak to the item?
I'll first say that I'm attracted to the amendments, so you probably won't get much resistance there. And other than that, I'd just like to say it's a complex issue, and appreciate if there is support for sending back something. I know some people might have felt more inclined to be a little bit more aggressive and less conciliatory, but I think that we do need to engage in a way that's positive and constructive with this, because we all know exactly what the power base is up on the hill. The government has the strongest position. It can do whatever it likes, and I think it's good for us to speak to them and tell them what our experience is as elected members, and also to represent what my understanding of our community values are, which is that they do want local government to be local, and they do want it to be government. They don't want it to be not local administration. That's my sense of the electorate, and I think that's the core message that we've tried to convey here. Is it's all very well to standardise and regulate and direct, but you've got to be very, very careful not to cross the line and by stealth take away what we have in the remnants of local government, because it's already gone a long way past where a lot of people in the community feel comfortable. So I'm hoping that that message will be heard. So anyway, that's probably all I need to say. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings, did you wish to speak? Any speakers against the officer recommendation? Any other speakers for? Okay, this would be a good time to for me to move my amendment. I'm going to take it as read, and of course under our new standard practices, it's also been published on the internet, so it's there, it's out there, and as you'll all have seen, it's a proposal that we make the submission under cover of a letter signed off by myself that makes a few overarching statements. I won't say too much more about it until I know I've got a seconder, but I'll be moving the amendment, so I'm looking for a seconder. So I've framed this as an amendment, so if Councillor Hammersley and Jennings were minded to, you could take the amendment on board, but if not, I'll move it and I'll have Councillor Burns seconded, and then we'll discuss it a bit more. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I just ask a question about, I'm not proposing any amendments because I don't know that I can, amendments to your amendments, but I'm just going to ask a question about a couple of the wording, just to, if you can indulge me. In the first sentence, number 3, second line, from the Mayor containing the following statement, could that be changed to including? Because this won't be the only thing in the letter, surely there'll be other stuff. Then down in the first, second, third, fourth paragraph of number 3, where it says the reforms, could that be changed to some of the reforms? Because it isn't all of them that threaten the democratic or address the democratic principles. And then finally, in the last paragraph, in the first sentence, where you've got the word can't, that should be cannot properly, and at the end of that sentence you can delete the word for. They were my questions about whether anyone would like to take that on board. Thanks.
So I'm just thinking this through, but I'm asking you and Councillor Hammersley to take on board an amendment, and you're saying yes, you will if I change the amendment that I'm asking for. Yeah, look, I think that all makes sense, and I'd be happy if we amended the officer recommendation as you suggest, and if we also corrected a sloppy typo where I've spoken about forcing local governments to conform to a one-size-fits-all oversight model. That should, of course, say local governments. Councillor Hammersley, are you happy with the amendment that I submitted as adjusted from the floor by Councillor Jennings?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think we've got an amended officer recommendation that that it's now on us as councillors to vote for. So I'll ask Councillor Hammersley to close if you wish, but then we'll have the vote. Apologies if I did skip over anyone, but look, I think it's late, yeah. Okay, Councillor Hammersley, we have given you the opportunity to close, so now it's time to call the vote. Councillor Stroud, we're just waiting on your vote. Okay, the motion's now been carried unanimously. And that brings us to 11.1, an elected member's motion submitted by Councillor White regarding a listening to business campaign. We'll have a mover in Councillor White and a seconder in Councillor Burns. Because this isn't the product of an officer report, I might just go straight to Councillor White to speak to his motion on this occasion.
Thank you. Look, I know it's late and I'm going to be brief. Indulge me for one anecdote if you don't mind. I took my car to Hood Street Garage to fix an oil leak the other day. Lloyd was very busy. He said, just give me the keys and I'll sort it out. So I didn't get a chance to tell him about the problem. I went on to the community coffee for my usual long Mac. I got there and told they weren't doing coffee, but they were testing out bubble tea. So they gave me a free bubble tea. And when I was taking that, they asked me to complete a survey. I did the survey and I gave them a really good rating for the bubble tea, even though I don't normally like it, because it was free and they seemed like they were having a go at something. I went to Rockaby GP after that and I was worried about a skin mole on my shoulder. They said, go into that clinic. So I went in there and they gave me a COVID shot. I've already had 3, but 4 seems to be better than 3. So then I went back to get my car. I went back to the mechanic and I couldn't see my car there anywhere. And I looked around and it was a really nice yellow car, the same model as mine. And it turns out they didn't know about the oil spill, but they decided that the shabby paint and everything, they could do it up and give it a fresh coat of paint, it would be fine. So you'll know by now that this is not a real story. And I'm not saying this is how the city has been doing things, but I am saying that it's funny how we can make assumptions about what people want without really listening to them. So this whole idea is to build on the efforts of the council, of the city, in terms of its working and engagement with the business community. It is engaging with the business community, it's doing a lot of very good things. All I'm proposing through this is that we listen more to the business community and we recognise the challenge they face. Listening to business is about understanding our business community better. Earlier we talked about issues around 5,000 businesses and 5,000 workers and all these kind of things. The Subi ID economic profile says that COVID-19 is going to have a substantial negative effect on our economy. We're going to lose $231 million in the next 2 years as an economy, thanks to COVID. We're going to lose 271 jobs in the city area, thanks to COVID. Are we ready for this? Do we know what local business is doing? And do we know how we could respond to what the issues are for business? I don't think so. So this elected member's motion doesn't try to impose a blueprint on staff. It asks staff to come to us with a plan about how we can better understand the issues for business. It talks about a variety of mechanisms that could be used for that, none of which are prescriptive, all of which are suggestive and are trying to say, let's see what we can do about getting a multiple of channels through which we can learn better about this. The message to the business community from this council, a new council, is you are important to us. Help us know what it's like to be in your shoes. Importantly, we're not just relying on the typical businesses. We're looking at a variety of businesses in this process. Everyone from the small bar operator, the cafe, a painter, a budding script writer who works from home, the psychologist who's just set up a new shop, a home-based birthday cake maker, a dental technology supply company, a migrant woman who manufactures fashion on Hay Street. These are all part of our business community. We need to make sure we have a mechanism of listening to all of them in different ways. So this elected members' motion is, just to repeat, is not about trying to prescribe and tell council what to do and how to do it. We're very much, what I'm trying to do here is say, this is what I think we really need to do if we are going to respond to the issues that the local business community face. Let's see if we can ask for a plan from the staff about how to take this forward and use that information. I hope we'll get better information about the variety of businesses that I've talked about what it's like to be in their shoes. And from that, that will contribute to improving the way in which the city responds to those issues. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Yeah, look, to be as quick as I can, the only thing I might note is considering the TRO for what was EBSAC has gone through, does the elected member's motion need to be altered where it's referring to EBSAC, need its initials changed? Sorry. You obviously weren't expecting the TRO to go through, were you, Smarty? No. But that's the only thing I can see that otherwise it's not EBSAC anymore, it's the Economic Business Developments have done, anyway.
Assuming the mover's happy with that, I think we can agree that the old references to EBSAC will be updated for the new language. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Any other speakers for? Councillor De Vries.
Again, I just want to say that this is a very innovative and creative approach to thinking about our community, and I'm impressed. So one of the things that comes out of this speech, wonderful speech, thank you so much, very entertaining, is that there are people out there who perhaps we just fail to notice and they just slip through the net. And I know a number of people who've had an office in the business centre and moved to somewhere else because perhaps they weren't having their needs met or weren't even aware of what was going on. And I was urging them to join the, go to the city, let people know you're here. But they just seem not to feel that they could reach out. So I think that we need to reach out and make people feel that they're part of this community, unless we lose those people, which in one case, I know of one person who's gone to Claremont now and set up their business there. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. We also want to bring people to Subiaco. We want to have a point of difference, and I think this will give us a point of difference. It's great that you've talked about the small businesses. It's not just about people who've been in business a long time. And I think the Western Suburbs Business Association, from my experience, are very welcoming and have brought people from all sorts of fields to their meetings. And if we can sort of have some input from that organisation, that's also good. So I feel like this just hits the mark for me. It's about bringing the voice of community to us and also enabling all those wonderful services which the city already have. I mean, there's been so much provision during the COVID time and beyond and before, but we seem to really care about our community. But what we haven't done enough is let the community know that we're doing a great job and we're here for them. So I feel like this just hits the mark for me. So thank you so much to Councillor White for this.
I'm going to briefly insert myself into the debate in accordance with the meeting procedures. I am supportive of this elected member's motion, and I'd just like to observe that I think it signals a new and improved way of this council and its staff working together. I think the elected member's motion has quite a long history for such a new councillor, but you submitted it really early on and it's evolved over time. Councillor White. You've consulted with other councillors, taken feedback on board, and there's been quite a bit of discussion with the economic development staff as well. And I think what that's resulted in is an elected member's motion, which is looking like it's going to enjoy a fair amount of success at voting time tonight, but hopefully beyond as well when it's time to implement. And what I particularly like is that it's not prescribing exactly what the campaign's going to look like, but it's asking staff to come back and propose what the campaign will include, having regard to the themes that you've outlined. And it acknowledges that there's existing initiatives which are going to be integrated with new ones. So it's a good way, as I see it, of packaging up efforts to date, plus new initiatives which haven't been explored, and I think we'll be servicing our community in a better way as a result of this. So I think there's still an opportunity for anyone else to speak if they wish, but if there's not, I think it's over to you, Councillor White, to close.
Thank you, and I should say thank you to all the members who contributed to this in the drafts, as the Mayor has just mentioned, and thanks also to the staff who have made comments and contributions throughout this process. Just to highlight, it is about a diversity of views that we're looking at, and I think that's important, and thanks to Councillor De Vries for picking up on that. I think part of this message is we want to listen to you, and in somewhat it's in my own mind, a reset a little. And but I want to be careful saying that, because I think the council, City has been doing a good job with the business community. There's not necessarily a need to reset that. But I think as a council and how we work and the kind of messages we want to get out, I think this gives us the opportunity for doing that. I am sincerely worried about the impact of COVID in the way that I described. I think a lot of businesses in Subi do well because we're pretty lucky where we are. But we need to make sure we have our finger on the pulse. And I think a part of this is also about talking up our economy. I think there are ways to talk up the business sector to improve confidence. We might have Ukraine, we might have the Queen who's a little ill, might have all these sort of other global things going on, but we can really talk up the business sector in Subiaco. And I think this creates one of the opportunities for doing that. And if we get through it, even if we don't, but I thank everybody for their support.
I'll call the vote. Okay, the motion's carried unanimously, and well done, everyone. And just to be clear, Community Coffee Co is not serving bubble tea. Okay, well, we're now up to new business of an urgent nature approved by the presiding member, and I think it's fair to say that there is none tonight. So we should move to the confidential section of the meeting, and I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder for the procedural motion to close the meeting in accordance with Meeting Procedure 7.1H, the reason being Local Government Act, Section 5.232A, C and D, because we're going to be discussing a matter affecting an employee, a contract which may be entered into, and legal advice as well. So a mover and a seconder for the procedural motion, please. Councillor Stroud and Councillor Hammersley. I'll put that to the vote. Councillor Burns, we're just waiting on your vote. Okay, we've unanimously voted to go behind closed doors, which in reality means we'll switch off the live feed for a sec. For the benefit of members of the public who are still watching the meeting, council's just passed resolutions on 2 confidential items. The first is 13.1 of the agenda, that the legal opinion relating to the Memorandum of Understanding, Kitchener Park and Subiaco Oval is received. And then item 13.2, which relates to the appointment of a consultant to assist with the CEO's review process. The resolution is that From Left Field is appointed as a consultant to assist with the finalisation of the CEO's additional performance criteria and facilitate the current CEO performance review period. Okay, there being no further business, I declare the City of Subiaco Ordinary Council meeting of 22 February 2022 closed at 11:47 p.m. Thanks, everyone.